welcome to Action Surge. This is session 1 of the Soul Survivors campaign, where we're exploring the jungles of Chult. I am Brian Germain, the Dungeon Master, and these are our players, starting with number 1, be Ian. Want to
Hi,
introduce
I'm
yourself?
Ian. I'm Ian. I am playing Disguise of Bleu, and my character is an archaeologist.
And Queen?
Hi, I'm Queen. I'm playing Prim, and my character is a fairy.
And Ryan?
Hello, my name is Ryan. I'll be playing Dill the Vengeful, a warrior priest from the Dragon Coast.
And Mathew?
I'm Mathew. I'll be playing a gem dragonborn named Deliora. Great name to say.
And then Marcos.
Hi guys, I'm Marcos. I'll be playing Trisa, the ASMR fighter that has everything that a weeb would love.
And Scott.
Hey everyone, name's Scott, and I'll be playing Akass, the Yuan-Ti sorcerer.
Alright, and so we're going to begin here on Action Surge, and I'm going to put up a map real quick onto the screen. Of course, if I can. Oh, uh-oh. That does not bode well. Oh. I'm silly. Put up the turn tracker, but I don't have the turn tracker up.
Ian, your chair looks really comfy.
It is, mate.
I was thinking about Matthew's chair looks pretty comfy too, but...
I don't know if you guys probably can't see it. I'm sitting in a lazy boy right now.
Oh, see.
Amazing.
I've got
You
a
win.
Nice
He's
full-on
got a
lazy
chair.
boy in the corner.
A true champion's chair.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, there we are. That's what I need.
It's me in the corner.
That's me in the spotlight. Anyway. Okay, so
Yep.
let me move this here, and I'll remove this leg. So... No. Ah. Almost there. There we go. I don't know why the turn tracker is not... Oh, it's because it's beneath the map. That's why.
I was gonna say I can see it, but maybe you can't because the map is present.
No, it's not that. I mean, it is kind of that, but... hang on 1 second. It's because
Stuff and things.
the turn tracker's locked, and I don't know why it will not be at the top of the thing. There we go. It's because it was in a different spot on Ian's cast, I think.
Ah.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's because Ian had it down at the lower left. I always have it. I have it kind of at the lower left, but it's more like mid lower left.
I just leave it where it shows up. I've never moved it.
Oh no, I'm always.
That
leave it at the
that
lower
is where
left.
it is for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say I always leave it at the lower left, but where it captures on the feed is different.
Ah,
Anyways.
understood.
So. Oh, and I need the chat log, don't I? Chat log, you can be up there. That is going to be on there too. Okay. So Prim,
Yes.
you were recently told by your warlock friend that you know you are the familiar of that there's these legendary 8 heroes that you need to go and retrieve, so to speak, because you know they're gonna turn the tide of war, so to speak, and save the world, kind of thing, right? And you need to seek these out, and in order to get you there quicker, she's going to send you through a portal into the ethereal plane. And she's going to have you go through what's the equivalent of a color pool on the ethereal plane. which is one second. And of course I gotta do this. And she is going to basically kind of direct you to a color pool that you're supposed to go through on the ethereal plane, and it will take you to the correct place. It'll back on the prime material. It'll bring you back out to the prime material, possibly elsewhere, but to the prime material plane. And yeah, so that's the last thing you heard. And then actually in the ethereal, they're not called color pools. They're called ethereal curtains. And you're looking for a metallic silver or turquoise ethereal curtain that she's described to you. So when you get into the ethereal plane, you notice all these sort of ethereal bodies hanging around, and whenever you go, it's kind of like in that scene in Lord of the Rings where he's puts the ring on, and he's kind of in the in between place, so to speak. He's kind of like something like that, but maybe even more foggy. But as you get close to these ethereal bodies, you realize that they're people or creatures or whatever, and they're basically like their ethereal selves. And navigating is kind of weird and strange. When you find this turquoise ethereal curtain thing, you also notice that there is a flickering blue one nearby. And I kind of think maybe you're attracted by this blue one, maybe, but maybe because it's so close to turquoise. Maybe you're just kind of befuddled as to which one is the turquoise one, and you can't remember if she said if it flickers or. But what would you do in this instance? Would you just take the one that you think is turquoise, or flip a coin? I don't know.
I think I would go for the turquoise. I would follow word for word
Okay.
what they said.
Okay. So it's just a fraction of a second of that thing attracting your attention, and so you head for the turquoise ethereal curtain. And as you head through, you find yourself near some old jungle ruins. Any thoughts?
Do I know what I'm looking for?
You know you're looking for these 8 heroes.
Okay, and I see ruins. Do I hear or see or smell anything in the ruins themselves?
You smell like sort of a damp rainforest kind of smell, but other than that, the sounds are of the jungle. Not too unlike the Feywild, but obviously more earthy and kind of primitive. It has almost a primordial feel around the place, but it's very quiet.
Okay, I'm going to turn invisible and fly up and see if I can see any other structures aside from these ruins right in front of me.
Okay. As you fly up, you notice that the interior of the ruins give way to a sort of courtyard, maybe, or maybe it used to have a roof, but it has since been overgrown by vegetation. And you find what appears to be. Hang on a second, I gotta do this here.
Darkness.
Darkness. Complete darkness. Anyway.
Every darkness night.
You find what appears to be this one here. There you go.
Okay,
I don't think I gave
on
you
the
vision
stream, on the stream, I'm not seeing the map at all. Like I'm not seeing the Roll20 at all.
yet on the stream.
Yeah.
Oh,
No turn
you know
order
what?
and
Oh,
no-
you know what? You're right. I'm sorry.
Just so that
There
everybody
we
else
go.
can see
Thank
what
you,
I see.
Thank you. There you go. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't
And
realize.
I do see the ruins.
What is right there? Hold on. We got something going on the. Here, let me. Wait a second. I don't know what the heck is going on here. I got a weird overlay problem. Where's my plug at? Okay, here, let me fix that like this. Huh? Oh, I gotta unlock it first. And let's try that again. Come on now. Lock it again. And I don't know what is up with that, so. Alright. So, anyways, now you should be able to see on Roll20, you should be able to see the map and such. Or on, not on Roll20, but on the stream.
Yes, I see the turn order. I see the map. It's all visible now. I also see one character. I think that's the eye on the stream
Ah. Well, could be.
or whatever.
Um,
I see stats.
Cash is not in the thing, so I'm actually
Okay.
on my screen. So that's the. What you should see is yourself. What do you mean?
Yep, I see me down in the corner.
Okay.
Okay. So I fly up and I can see that I can get into the building by going over top.
Yeah, basically, like you know, the center of the building is overgrown mostly, but there you see what appear to be 5 statues and 2 ruined stairwells that like head upward. Like they only go partial the way up, and then you know the tops are broken off and such.
Okay, but they don't go down any further.
No.
Okay. So I will fly in really quietly and look around, and I'm looking for people, and I don't see people. Do I see any movement on the inside of this building now?
One sec. I have to do. I'm doing the wrong thing here. You don't see any movement. You just see. It's just very still. You notice when I say there are 5 statues, I actually lied. There's actually a 6th larger,
In the middle?
more central statue in the middle. Yeah, and that's excuse me, holding a torch.
Okay, and is the torch lit?
No, it is not.
Oh, okay. Can I go over and take a look at that main statue a little closer?
Sure.
Okay. Does it look like a normal torch? Like if I lit it, it would, like if I flint and steel, it would light it?
It looks like it might. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna rustle around in my pockets and look for a match or flint and steel or whatever it is I have in my pockets that would light something.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna try and light it.
Well, you probably might have like a prestidigitation type ability with your fairy magic, I would imagine. But
Sure,
possibly
I do
something
now.
like that. Yeah, possibly do something like that. That's
Okay.
a basic cantrip. You know,
Let's call it prestidigitation. I
let's go
light
with that.
the torch. Yeah, let's go with that. I light the torch.
Okay. So you light the torch. Let me do this here.
Of course, you're gonna give me the one cantrip that I can't say the name of.
Prestidigitation. Thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy, that's what I meant.
Okay, I'll have thaumaturgy. I
know,
can say that better.
Druidcraft in your case, probably, right?
Druidcraft? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's all of these light something, right?
Right. So you light this. You light this torch, and it bursts into like a yellow flame, which slowly turns like a greenish color.
Okay. But this creature, this statue in front of me that looks like a human, nothing changed when I lit their torch.
Nope, nothing.
I'm
nothing
assuming
changed.
it's female.
Yeah, it is a kind of a female. Yeah, I mean it's just
Okay.
It looks more female than not, but I mean, you know, it's kind of smooth for lack of a better term, I guess.
Yes. Okay. Okay, and maybe I'll come over here, moving down. I'm trying to move slowly in case you're like, oh, and then. So I come
That's
down
where the
here
trap
and
is, Sona.
yeah, exactly. You fell into the air trap. I don't know. I'm still flying. I'm still invisible because I'm trying to be really quiet because I don't hear or see anything. And I was supposed to meet heroes, and there's no one here. So I'm gonna go up to this statue that looks like a person and just see if there's any is there any doors or levers or buttons, or do I see anything weird that's not just a statue?
It looks kind of like an angel, and it is holding a sort of orb.
Ooh, can I get closer and take a closer look at that orb?
Sure. So you fly up there to where the orb is at,
Yeah, I can't quite. I guess I can alt, right? Go right there.
and then so it looks as almost that the statue is almost hiding the orb in her hands.
Like protecting it?
Yeah, like protecting it, or maybe even, you know, almost hiding it to a point to where it's like not only protected but somewhat hidden.
Okay. Can I very tentatively reach out and just touch the orb?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get myself killed before we even get started. I'm gonna kill myself here. Okay, yeah. So I reach out and I just touch the orb.
Okay.
Does it feel like the stone that it looks like?
It does feel like the stone that it looks like, but when you touch it, it kind of recedes into her hand.
Okay.
And it's slowly, and you can hear the sound of like stone grating on stone. You know, like.
Okay, I back up as this happens.
And then all of a sudden you hear like a louder rumbling, and you can see some dust falling off the statue, and it looks like the statue begins to move. Oh, sorry, one second. Oh, the statue's moving.
Oh my god, I'm moving back. I'm moving back.
The statue begins to move, and it moves backwards. Oh, the whole statue.
Oh
whole
damn.
Statue moves backwards. Sorry. And it reveals what appears to be a sarcophagus
Okay.
down in a hole.
Okay.
It's like a huge vault, like a 10-foot vault.
I think I found the person I'm looking for. Just clarifying, these are 5-foot squares, 10-foot squares.
5 foot.
Yeah, I'm just really tiny.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll go up to.
Yeah,
So
even though
there's-
you're only
Yeah.
like 6 inches tall, you could make yourself about a foot tall, but you only take up like
Yeah,
probably a foot and a half to 2 foot of the whole area. You know, like
Yeah.
you can occupy basically any square with any other person.
Someone in chat just said, "It's always a trap." Or no, sorry. Please let there be mummies. Is what they
Please
said.
let there be mummies. I think that's like a quote in the Bible, isn't there? Let there be mummies. I don't know. Not oh wait, that's let there
Okay.
be light. Never mind.
It's just slightly different. Okay. If I come down and get closer to this, it's a what did you refer to it as?
Sarcophagus.
Their sarcophagus. So it's completely sealed as far as I can tell.
As far as you can tell, yeah. I mean, There is a little bit of dust on it, but you can tell that this whole area, there's far less dust and debris inside this thing under the statue because it's been like covered up
Protected,
and
right.
protected really well by the statue.
Can I gotta look up Druidcraft. Can I like blow the dust off or dust it off a little bit?
Yeah, sure. You want to use the Druidcraft to do that? Druidcraft is
I-
basically the same. Druidcraft, Thaumaturgy, and Prestidigitation are all
They're
pretty
all
similar.
different flavors. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm trying to dust off to see if there's any writing or images or anything on this sarcophagus.
Okay, on the cover of the sarcophagus, you notice there's these three flowers. And you notice it's really ornately engraved, like whoever made this sarcophagus, and therefore also is probably interred in this sarcophagus, was really well respected, and whoever made it was really all about the love of their craft,
Okay. If I feel around, is there anything that I can see that I could somehow open this sarcophagus? Or should I just do a strength check and try and push the lid off?
You can try that. You do know that you're very small, and you do know that you think that you probably wouldn't be able to push it off, but you could always try and see.
Let me
It does
try.
look like it does look like it's stone.
Yeah. Try. I would like to try and push it off. Just to try.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check.
Nine.
9. Okay. You push with all your might, and it just kind of does not seem to budge.
Okay. Can I feel around on the run my fingers down the ornate flowers and
Okay.
the designs on it to see if there's any buttons? Like something must have to lift it because it's way too heavy for anybody to lift if I can't lift it.
Okay. As you're running your finger over the tops of the flowers, you notice that one of the centers of the flowers has is sort of a jiggles and might be a sort of a button.
Ooh, I'll get excited and push it.
Okay, you push that, and the flower suddenly starts to glow like a bluish color.
And no, back away.
And it stays like that for a few minutes.
And then nothing. It's just
nothing
blue.
seems to happen.
I'm gonna fly around it a little bit more, and if there's nothing else I see, maybe I'll go look at the other ones.
Yeah. Okay. You do notice that there are other flowers. Make a perception
Oh,
check.
okay. $11.
Okay, you think, well, maybe those other flowers, the centers of those other flowers are buttons too. Those other two flowers.
Okay, let's push the other ones.
Okay, so you press the center of each flower glows a different shade of blue.
Is one of them turquoise?
The right and the left, they glow like a different shade of blue. Yes, the top one is like a really deep blue though, and then as you're watching it, it's kind of the last one you hit, and you kind of see what look like appear to be stars, maybe, kind of floating in the void of the color. If that, it's kind of interesting. So it looks like almost like a night sky blue.
Okay.
And as you hit that third one and it turns like that, the lid slowly peels away.
Okay.
And suddenly laying there, you see what appears to be possibly one of the most beautiful humanoids you've ever seen. Like, something about them is just stunning.
Are they moving?
Uh, they kind of wake up. They look like they wake up, and then they kind of like looking around. And Marcos, do you see yourself on the map?
If I zoom out, probably.
Hang on, let me see. Maybe you don't have. Oh yeah, you have vision. I don't know why you don't have night vision yet, though. Yeah, you might have to zoom out.
Let's see. Let me take out these names out the way. Why do I do this to myself? I'll look at the stream. It'll be easier.
The stream. Just turn the names into names instead of.
That is probably also easier.
I'm gonna peek up
Oh,
over
that is
the edge
Akuma.
of this ledge and just look. I'm still invisible. Just gonna peek up over the edge and look.
I was low-key joking that I would just be there. I'm glad this happened. Yo.
Okay, so Marcos, you wake up from a sleep, and you notice that there's a fairy kind of hanging over you, and
I'm invisible unless he can
oh wait,
see me.
oh yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah, you wouldn't notice
Yeah.
it's different. So yeah, so you here, let me put the little stealth icon on you so I can remember that you're invisible.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's probably too big. Yeah, okay, we'll get rid of it. We'll just remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna be invisible all the time
Most of the
unless
time,
I'm
right? Okay.
unless
so anyways,
I'm
you wake up
casting a spell.
and you seem to be out in the middle of nowhere. This doesn't seem like your bedroom per se, and you don't recognize this place, and you appear to be in some sort of coffin or sarcophagus. The lid is kind of slid to the side very carefully, and it's very comfortable, and you've got many like herbs and incense type things around you, but they're very old. And you notice at your feet, all your items. Like your backpack is down there, and
Yes.
maybe at your side is any weapons or stuff that you might have had. And any armor that you might have had you'd be wearing, but I don't believe that. Yeah, you probably be wearing armor, right?
Yeah. This is not the middle of nowhere I slept in.
What
is
do
this middle of nowhere?
What do I see, Marcos? What
So, you would see this humanoid-looking man. I was still tinkering some things, so the icon might not be precise, and it's also like an anime character. I apologize, everyone. Sorry, stream. I love you guys.
Well, you don't get to use that. You don't get to use the anime character. I got you a Hero Forge token, so
Yeah.
based on the anime character.
Yes. You probably when he was asleep, you probably just see just a normal looking individual, maybe paler in skin. As he wakes up, his skin darkens just a little bit, looking somewhere like a really dark purple, and you see little white dots and blotches across his face. He's wearing chainmails.
And the little white dots kind of appear to be stars in your skin, don't they?
Yeah. If you ever looked at constellations, that's kind of what I look. But at least my face.
We'll show this
Yeah,
to everybody.
short silver hair.
Okay.
Only something like that, but with like picture, like little stars floating around in his body.
Mm-hmm.
Wings not bared yet.
Yeah, the wings would
He
not be
weren't
there.
yet. But it looks cool right now. You imagine him that he would have wings.
I'm going to giggle because you're purple too. So you hear a giggle somewhere.
He's a little bit darker than turquoise.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Excuse me. Oh no, there's disembodied voices. This middle of nowhere is weird, but this bed is comfortable.
Yeah, you hear this
Hello?
disembodied giggle.
Hello? I peek my head out my resting place. It's like, did I die?
Hello?
Oh god, this is a disembodied voice. I may be dead.
I'm just hiding, that's all.
Where?
Well, I'm supposed to find people, but
I think I'm people.
yeah, do I know details of the heroes that would tell me whether or not this was one of them?
Yes, you know details. This appears like it could be one of them that you have heard about.
Okay. And what
you didn't have like you don't have like a total description of everybody, but there's kind of a little bit of a description, you know, and this appears like it could be, you know, the angelic fighter that you've heard of.
Okay. I am, but I don't know their names, so I'm gonna refer to him as angelic fighter. So are you one of the heroes? Are you the angelic fighter?
I don't know anything about angels. I know a little bit about fighting, as I point to my hand axes, my axe, a maul. This is a really big coffin. There's a lot of things here.
Okay, did you have some friends, maybe? There's supposed to be 8 of you, right?
I have negative idea. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, do you think you could help me? Because so far you're the only one I've found, and it's taken a really long time to find you, and I could really use some help.
Do you know what these people look like? Because I also have no idea where I am.
Not really, but there's other statues, and I found you under a statue, so maybe you could help me. Maybe you could help me look in the statue areas.
I try to get out this coffin, and I look at this statue. You said it, and you previously said it looked like some sort of angel, correct? As I see here on the map.
Yep.
All right. And it looks like jungle.
Yeah, it looks like you're in the middle of. It looks like you're in the middle of a kind of a jungled area, like a forested area, and then you know, beyond you a little ways, it looks like you're in a kind of a courtyard almost, and then there's more ruins, and then further beyond that you can see even the trees coming over the top, so, you know, more jungle.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna drop my invisibility, and fly over and hold my hand out to shake your hand. I'm like this tall, right? My tiny little hand. Yeah. So you see a little fairy, a little sprite, purple skin, purple wings, purple pigtails on the top of her head, some face paint, some black face paint, and tiny little stars under her eyes, on her cheeks.
You're tiny and purple. I think I like you.
So I'll put out my hand and I'm like, I'm Prim. To shake. Put out my hand to shake.
I put out my pinky, which is probably close to your size.
Yeah. Trisa. So when I touch your hand, can you make a charisma saving throw?
Oh Lord.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
I pray. Alright.
18. Okay. So all I get to know is so this is a sprite thing. Your current emotional state. Oh, are you a celestial, fiend, or undead?
You would know that he is a celestial.
Technically, I'm of celestial descent.
Okay, I also then know your alignment.
Yeah. Yeah. You can volunteer that alignment. What's that alignment?
Yeah. I would be neutral good.
Neutral good. Okay.
I am in a. If it was not apparent, I am in a very big state of confusion.
Very confused. Yeah. And that just confirms what I can see. Perfect. So a big grin. I'll be like, okay. Which one do you want to take next? And I'll point at the other 4 statues that are still standing. Because I see the ruins rumble. But
okay.
You seem to have a better idea than me, so I will follow.
Oh. Okay. Do you want to take the one to the top right, and I'll go over here to the left?
I'll point at this one. This one.
Yeah. That one. And I'll go over here.
How do we move these statues?
Well, when I went up to your statue, it looked like you were trying to hide something, so I tried to poke it.
Works for me.
It's like, sure, whatever. Sounds good.
I am. What in the world?
That's funny.
So I'll
So, yeah,
go back invisible again when I go near it, and then
Okay.
I'll.
and she's gone.
Okay. The next one you see, Prim, is looks like a large lute, or
Mhm.
yeah, like no,
Lyre,
not a lute,
or-
lyre. Yeah, sorry.
Mhm.
And with kind of a key type effect going across it, rather than
So kind of like a xylophone.
yeah, kind of like like an upright xylophone almost.
Okay.
And the one you're standing in front of looks like kind of a grim warrior with a beard, and like a holy symbol emblazoned on his chest. He's carrying a mace.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Does somebody want to go first?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Go
shambling for
ahead.
me?
I will watch the invisible tiny creature to see. I don't know. Maybe there's a vacuum.
You'll watch where the invisible tiny creature was.
Yeah,
and
where
see
I
if that
went.
See,
Yeah.
see if you can figure out what's going on.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll wait till something happens.
Okay, so you're standing over in front of your statue and just kind of waiting. Okay, so Prim, are you going to? I would imagine Prim would probably do something anyways, probably. So.
Oh yeah. I think I want Prim to fly and skip, and just tap them with her toes and
Okay.
see if anything happens.
Okay, you notice that each time you hit a key, it plays a particular tune, like a particular note.
Do any of them sound familiar?
I mean, they sound like notes.
Do I know any
musical
nursery
notes.
rhymes that I'm supposed to?
Musical
There's no
notes.
colors though. There's no
Um,
colors that I.
No colors. But when you are skipping along the thing, you remember something that that Akass had told you, and it was remember the color blue.
Do I see any color blues?
You don't see any colors.
Is there a song that I know that's called Color Blue?
Make a history check. I don't know, maybe
Oh,
there is.
jeez. That's
Maybe
where
there
we're going.
is.
Okay.
Maybe there is. Maybe or an intelligence, straight up intelligence, if you want this.
After
Okay.
just after hearing nothing happening,
You hear the
Maure-
ting 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 ting
You
ting.
hear music notes.
interesting. Well, no, yeah. After hearing that, my statue has what, like a spear, a mace? I forget.
A mace.
I mess with his weapon.
Holy. Okay.
Okay,
I rolled.
22, nice. Okay, you remember like several songs that have the word blue in them.
Okay.
And you're not sure what that exactly means, probably, but I mean,
Yeah.
you know, you know, a few songs come to mind, and you're not exactly like you know, a musician or
bard or-
whatever, but
yeah.
but being a fae, you're used to music all around, all the time, so you think you could probably mimic out a few notes.
Okay, I will
Especially
dance
with a roll
out.
like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I will dance out along with my like tippy toes, like touching the notes or touching the keys, and try the first song. And if it doesn't work, try the next song.
Okay, so the first song that you remember is you know, something about
Bada
a blue
boo,
river.
bada bee, bada boo.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So, anyway, so and you dance that out, and all of a sudden the statue of the lyre starts to move itself also. Hold on, do I got it? I don't know if I got it. Okay, I have to move that separate, but stop it. Okay, there you go. And surprise, there's a sarcophagus there.
Mhm. Okay, do we want to switch back and forth, Marcos, or do we want to just deal with one at a time?
Marcos, when you're messing with the weapon, what are you gonna do?
Yes. How big is this statue in relation to me? Like 15 feet tall?
Yeah, probably. And the weapon is probably as tall as you.
Alright, then I would try to move the weapon if I can like dislodge it unless it's just affixed to the arm.
It seems to be affixed to the statue.
I'm gonna just try to move the statue by brute force, as I do.
Okay, as you are moving the statue, you're kind of maybe pushing on the weapon or something, you know. And when you're pushing on the weapon, you notice that it might turn.
Turn said weapon. It's like, this is too much work.
Okay, you turn the weapon. There's a loud, like almost like a cracking noise,
This is how I die.
and
Shit.
a big bright light just bursts from the weapon and the statue. Just kind of this sunbeam just out from this statue,
Ugh.
and then it's immediately gone. But it's like this bright flash, and you're disoriented for a second, and the statue also moves away, and you see a sarcophagus there.
Prim, did you find anything?
I did. I found another sarcophagus.
There's one here too. This
The-
one's like dark and broody.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to mine and take a closer look and see if there's flowers on it or any design with buttons like the flowers had.
Okay. On that one, you see music notes.
Ooh. Okay. Do they depress when I push them?
They seem to vibrate and kind of make a little humming noise as you touch them, each one of them.
Okay. So I'll push all of them that I can like I did on the colors.
Okay. You begin pushing the notes, and they begin like going like kind of like that whole end of Close Encounters, like boo 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 boo, and it gets going faster and faster, and it kind of like starts to pick up the pace. It's like boom 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 boom, you know, like that, and then all of a sudden the sarcophagus slides open, and
Hey.
there
I
in
hide again.
place of the sarcophagus. One second, let me make sure I've got the. There we go. There in the sarcophagus, you notice there is another figure, and waking up in the sarcophagus is what appears to be Ian. What does your guy appear to be?
He's human, male, dark skin. Is it morning?
You look around.
Disembodied voice says, yes! Or,
Yeah, and
What
you
time
look,
is
and you
it?
look
You
around and
guys-
you don't see anything, Ian, except for you hear that disinvited voice, and you kind of look and you have no idea where you're at right now.
Looking at the actual statues and the thing that I'm in, using my background in archaeology and historical knowledge, do I recognize the builders of the place, or what kind of the sort of thing I'm looking for? Are there any specific markings that I
go
can
ahead and
place to
use
go?
a-
Okay, this was built by Yanti or dwarves or elves or.
Yeah, go ahead and use like a
kobolds
history
or-
check. Okay, you recognize that it is a human architecture, but there are definitely some elven influences. But you also notice it was built probably around probably around 100 years ago.
Okay.
For excuse me, for Not Akass. Marcos. What's your character's name again? Trisa.
Trisha.
Okay, so for Trisha's view, it is you see the holy symbol on the front of the coffin, on the front of the sarcophagus. It looks a lot like this.
So okay. Would I know anything about this random sun-looking symbol?
It seems very familiar to you.
Is it like sticking out, or?
Yeah, it's embossed. Like it's a bas relief type of carving, you know, like.
First, I'll see if I try to press it. If that doesn't work, I'll just try to open the coffin door.
Okay, you
Or
can
the coffin.
you can when you press on it, it goes in with a click. There's a brief flash of light around the rim of the coffin, of the sarcophagus.
I don't like getting blinded.
And
Oh.
and the lid of the lid of the coffin slides away. Hang on 1 second. And it reveals another body there. It looks like a body, but it seems to be in good condition. And it looks like a hobgoblin.
Are you friendly?
And Del, you hear a voice as you're roused from your sleep.
Del sits up quickly, looks around. Oh, gods, is it hot? Am I friendly? Well, that depends. Where am I?
I don't know.
That doesn't help. I'm
So nice you were not dead.
not dead. I would hope not.
I just asked because I
Del
woke up in a
starts
coffin.
looking around in his pockets, looking for a small leather case that he usually has.
Okay. So
And,
you don't notice the leather case in your pockets, but as you're looking around, you notice there beside you, at whatever hand that you would normally like near the pocket that you notice it's laid gently beside you in the coffin.
Pick it up.
And you notice like any other your other items that are also gathered around you and at your feet in the coffin. And like I said, the
Let's-
sarcophagi are like almost 10 feet long. So
Okay. Del opens up the leather case. Did they leave me with some cigars?
yes, there are some cigars in there, and the case you could see was sealed with like a special green wax. And when you peel it open, the cigars are like they smell as fresh as you know as if you bought them yesterday.
Thankful for this. Takes a long sniff of it and grabs a tinder stick and lights it up, puts it in his mouth, and climbs out of the sarcophagus. Where in the blazes are we?
Do they
I
know
look
each
around.
other? Do they recognize each other?
They don't seem to.
No, I don't know any. I don't know any of you. You're
And,
weird.
and none of these guys seem to actually. I mean, none of you guys seem to know each other. So
Who are you?
I go by Trisha. Who would you be? Random person.
I'm Del. And I have no idea why I'm here, or where we are.
That makes. Prim, you find someone?
I'm gonna pop out of invisibility. Yep, I found someone. What's your
What?
name? And I'll
There'll
turn
make
back
presently
to.
4 of us.
I am disguised as blue, at your service. And you are?
I'm Prim, and I'm gonna hold out my hand for you to shake.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Okay, when you shake, can you do? I'll just post it in chat. You don't have
I
to
love
necessarily
this.
say it out loud. You could like DM me if you don't want like everybody to know.
I would have loved to say that. No, that before.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I just realized that after you said it out loud, I'm like, oh darn, we shouldn't have done that. Sorry.
So it's a charisma save.
Charisma save,
Yep.
DC 10. But if you're celestial fiend or undead, you automatically fail. Otherwise, at least I would get a feel for your emotional state.
Confused.
Yeah, okay.
We're all just confused. The confused survivors.
Well, confused is good. If you're not confused, you'll be like, why are they not confused? Everybody should be confused.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm gonna flitter away, just completely distracted. Okay, thank you! And then flitter away over to the next one.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna. Disguise is going to start wandering around the place, actually trying to get a bearing of, the construction and.
Okay. And you're a lore bard, correct?
No.
No.
Currently,
no.
he's a bard.
Oh yeah. You could. Wait. Do you not get your college till 3rd level? Is it?
Yep.
Okay,
Correct.
Okay, that's right. Okay. So you're just a bard of some sort, correct? So-
I am just an archaeologist.
Oh, an
He's a
archaeologist. Oh,
Russian-looking
okay,
gentleman.
gotcha. That's your background there, whatever. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right. So
This thing's a bit.
so Prim, you come up to what looks like a large dragonborn holding an axe with spikes, just sticking out of where the armor pieces are, like the spikes on its skin, like its scales are almost like studs, or spikes sticking out of its skin. It is just a intimidating sight to look at. It's just, very like gruesome, like very fierce.
Be like, whoa. Is there anything that I see that stands out like the other ones where they were holding something or there was something that I could touch like the musical notes?
Make a perception check.
Do I see this giant snake?
You do see a giant cobra.
20! Wow, my +3 is really helping.
Okay, so that you notice that up near the head of the dragonborn thing, the dragonborn statue, it has like a crest, like like a sail fin on its head, like almost like a crest, a head crest, and it's essentially. You see a small, what looks like maybe an amethyst gem.
Purple, shiny! Yep.
And it is embedded into the crest.
Okay, I'll reach out and touch it.
Okay, you touch it and it jiggles.
Okay, I'll push it.
Okay.
And then I'll fly, because I know this thing's gonna move.
When you push it, it just kind of jiggles some more, and then it doesn't do anything.
I look so disappointed by this. I'm gonna push it again, and again, and again.
Okay, you push it 2 or 3 times, and on about the 3rd time, it jiggles and then it falls out. And
Oh darn! Okay, I'm gonna fly down and catch it
You're gonna-
and pick it up.
you're gonna try to
And be
crash
like-
it before it hits the ground. Okay, so you
Yeah.
you get it before it hits the ground, but as soon as you are catching it, you notice that now it's out of there. You hear like a groaning and a creaking sound, and then suddenly like a small crack, and then you hear the sound of stone scraping against stone as the statue
Okay,
pulls
I
away.
fly over. I fly away from it and just hide around the corner again.
Okay.
But I'm holding this little amethyst, right?
Yes. Here,
Okay.
Statue here. Ooh, move that statue too. Okay. Oh, there we
Confusion intensifies.
go. And you see another sarcophagus, of course.
Confusion is gone.
Well, that is interesting.
Oh yeah, that's what's happened with all of you. There's one more too. There's a snake thing over there, and I'll fly in because it looks like the same as all the other ones. I'll
Mhm.
fly in, and I'll take a look at what this sarcophagus looks like.
And each thing, person, what have you, that's come out of these things tends to be correspondent with what was in there.
And very confused. All of you are very confused.
Apparently.
And
So,
also, as
so
you,
the statue.
oh, sorry, go ahead, Ian.
I was going to say, so the statue of mine was a musical instrument, and
Yep.
the statue of yours was a what?
Who are you talking to?
You. Prim.
Oh, I came to find you.
You knew we were here?
Well, I didn't know you were in the ground. I was just told to come find you.
By whom?
Well, let's get everybody awake first.
Eh.
There's 8 of you.
8 of us?
There's 8 of us.
So I'm gonna look at the top.
As you guys are looking around, and as you mentioned that there's 8 of them, Prim,
I
you
count
realize
statues.
that there was only 5 statues that you saw, including this big central one is a 6th one, I guess.
Yep.
But you notice that there are definitely parts of the ruins that have been totally obliterated, and it looks like 3 parts of them have been obliterated.
Maybe there's more in the rubble.
Maybe we got lucky.
So when you're looking at this sarcophagus, you notice that there are 2 dragons. They are kind of facing opposed to each other, like one's to the right and one's to the left. They appear to be 2 different types of dragons. And they each seem to be clutching a particular like scepter.
Mhm.
Only,
Okay.
only the scepter, where they're clutching the scepter, is kind of like the whole thing is kind of like a bas relief carving, you know. But where they're each clutching their own scepter, the scepter is raised above the coffin, above the sarcophagus, to where you could touch the scepter, you know, separately, kind of thing, if you wanted, you know.
Okay. If I go up to, I'm gonna put the amethyst in my pocket,
Okay.
in my little pouch, and I'll go up to the first scepter and see if I can push it or use it as a lever or something.
Okay.
See if it moves.
Yeah, as you're moving it, you notice that it will slide cleanly out of the hand of the dragon.
And is it small enough that I could carry it, or am I gonna have to call for help?
No, it's pretty small. I mean,
Okay.
it's about almost your size, but fairly light.
Okay. 2 hands.
Yep. It's a 2-handed staff for you, maybe.
Okay.
You need
Okay.
help.
Yeah, I think I need help over here because I can only carry one at a time.
I got you. And I scoot around. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, big statue.
Okay.
Alright. And I also try to help out in this ordeal.
So you pull out the other scepter.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're holding what appears to be a black scepter in your hand, and Prim, you are holding what appears to be a purple scepter in your hand.
Okay, can we switch them? Do you think that'll work? And I'll fly over to the other side and stick in the one that I have in the other side. I don't know.
Sure. Confusion intensifies.
Okay, so you switch the scepters, and then of course you see the coffin lid start to slide away.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna slide over, get out of the way and hide behind it again. Turn invisible.
And
I stay there.
before you, Mathew, do you want to describe what exactly it is they see?
What in the hell is this?
Yeah, I can do that. So before you see an amethyst and black, basically dragonborn. However, it's got 2 heads. One is completely amethyst, and the other has black scales flowing over it. And as it goes into the torso, the amethyst and the black scales kind of meld together, making it all look as if it's just one body.
Oh, I see.
This is the most interesting day of my life. I would like to point that out.
Disembodied voice goes, ooh.
And as you wake up, you realize, Mathew, you realize that Deliora, Akuma is not where they thought they were.
So the
You have a
amethyst
vague
head.
memory of a battle. You have a vague memory of a battle that was going on, but very vague, and just that's it. That's the last thing you remember.
Okay. So the Deliora, the amethyst head, quickly grabs his weapon, only remembering only faintly remembering a battle, and just kind of looks around.
Which his weapon, which takes up the greater side of the sarcophagus because it's nearly as long as the sarcophagus probably is.
Being 8 feet tall.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you friendly, random person? Number 5. Yes, number 5.
And he just kind of looks around, trying to gauge his surroundings. But he's slightly taken back, making a strange face when he sees the other head attached to him.
Oh, damn.
Do I catch this? Since I'm right there.
And he just tilts his head like the hell's going on over here? I had one head when I last checked.
It is
Yeah.
getting more interesting by the second.
Does your
The
other
black
head
just-
talk back?
The blackhead Akuma turns like the same kind of look of bewilderment.
And now there's a familiarity that passes between you two, but you don't really have a real recollection of each other. You have the most closest familiarity of anybody here, but it's with your other head, so it's kind of like, I don't know if that's really counts for anything.
Are you
at
me
this
or
point.
am I you? What's going on here? So both heads kind of look down and he's still kind of extremely confused, and they look back at each other and I guess kind of shrug, because what can we do? kind of do. But the blackhead looks at the person that asked if we were friendly, and it's basically he says, "Well, I don't know about that one or me. This is confusing. We had one head."
Ian, Disguisa, make a religion, or not a religion, a history check again, or possibly nature, if that's better.
No, history's better.
Okay.
14.
Okay, you recognize some of these plants around here as being jungle plants. You do notice that it's also very hot, as Del had mentioned, and you guys, it's very warm. It's very you're very much in like a rainforest type of situation, and it is interesting because if you didn't know any better, you would swear that some of these plants were only native to a place called Chult, which is fairly far from your homeland. And Del,
Oh, this is it.
you see this menacing cobra standing over you.
Oh yeah, we're missing that one.
What were you gonna say, Ian? What was Disguise saying?
Disguise is just gonna go wandering around. He's more concerned with the architecture and everything of this place than what's going on behind him with the other statues at the moment.
Okay.
Is there anything discerning about this cobra statue?
It's looking menacingly at you. It doesn't, sorry, it doesn't, seem to, like, be anything out of the ordinary, so to speak.
Okay.
Other than being a giant cobra statue in the middle of the jungle, it seems pretty normal. course, you've probably never been to the middle of a jungle before, but you've been to large forests. So.
Well, hey, Star Eyes, how'd you open up my tomb? Any ideas on this one?
I messed with your mace thing on that statue. So anything that sticks out, just interact, push, maybe break. I don't know.
I say,
Giant snake.
It's a giant
Weird
snake.
one too. It's got
Pull on the
something
fangs?
wrong with its neck.
I go.
I just give it a try and shove it. Try and push it.
Okay. Make a strength check.
My intelligence is not
Make
very
a
high.
strength check.
Oh, that's
Seems
a natural
fitting.
one.
Okay.
Oh,
it
I can
doesn't
help.
seem
Let
to-
me help.
Doesn't seem to be doing much.
I go walk. It's like, oh, sorry.
I'm totally gonna be useless helping, but I'm gonna totally help even if they don't ask me to help. I'll try and push on it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna accomplish anything
I'll-
anyways.
If she doesn't
Prim
look-
visible?
Yes.
I am now
Prim-
because I
Prim is,
would
yes.
drop it to come over and help.
Do you see anything up above? Maybe there's something on top, like the dragon one.
If I know she's not gonna be in the way, I will grab my maul and whack the thing in the neck.
Okay. The neck is pretty high up there, but and it's hard
I
to
jump
tell.
and whack
It's
the
hard
thing
for
with the
it's
neck.
hard for you to tell where the neck ends and the body begins because it is a snake after all. But you swing and make an attack roll.
I swing until I hit something.
I'll go up above, like above the head.
13.
Okay. For Prim, you can make a perception check. Or Del, you could probably make a perception check from the angle you're at, but it's a little probably should be at disadvantage for you.
Yo,
I say, could you keep the noise down a little bit?
You check your
kind
check
of-
and see what your passive perception is. Oh,
14.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nope, you're gonna need a little higher than that.
Okay. So at disadvantage?
Yep, at disadvantage. Oh, so close.
And I only got a 9.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay,
Keep
so
the noise down.
so you notice that there's a pattern on its back, but it just seems to be part of the carving.
And I start poking around on the pattern.
Yeah, it's
Because I don't see anything, I'll just start feeling around and
right. Yeah, I mean, it's very
Just looks
detailed.
like
There's like scales and such, you know, and it's a very detailed carving. Probably of all the statues, this is probably the most detailed and the most time put into making this, or just the artist was just that superior at craftsmanship, or just really new snakes.
Can I crawl to the front of the head and hang over upside down and look at its face?
Okay, when you crawl to the front of the head and you hang upside down and look at its face, make a perception check at advantage.
It's in your face.
I don't know how to do it other than just type it twice. I'm sure there's a way. I'm
Yep.
sure I should know how to do this. 19! Good thing it was an advantage.
Oh, I probably didn't set up the sheet either, but that's okay.
It's all good. It's all good.
19. That's good enough. You don't even have to roll a second time. So you notice that each of the eyes is a amber-colored gem.
Ooh, I'll try and take them like I did. Shh, you don't know this, Matthew. I'll try and take them like I did in the other one. Like I'll push it and wiggle it to see if I can get the gems out.
Okay, so you were able to pull the eyes free pretty quickly. But as you do, you hear this strange noise. It almost looks like the pieces of the sculpture, the scales are starting to fall off. slowly and just eroding like this sculpture is almost like shedding
Like
its
the
skin.
sarcophagus?
No,
Like it is the sarcophagus?
no, but like it's shedding its skin,
Okay.
like a snake shedding its skin. And once it sheds its skin, you see this statue is now a brightly colored, like a bluish silvery scaled snake. And as it does that, it also pulls away and reveals a sarcophagus inside.
Whoever
Oh wow,
whoever
okay,
put
you
us in here
win.
had a lot of time.
And look at the money on that one.
Their sarcophagus is definitely made of gold. It is definitely highly ornate, but it's almost strange and alien in its making.
This one's a bit fancier than mine was.
If you didn't know any better, you would say Faye made this coffin, except for this is decidedly not Faye markings at all.
Not the right style. Yeah.
No.
Okay, I'm still gonna go hide because this is a little scary for a fey creature and a snake.
El's gonna run his hand across the top of it, just across the relief that's on top.
Okay, you notice that the relief is a depiction of 12 squiggly lines, which you assume to represent serpents. And a set of concentric circles on one end and a set of concentric circles on the other end.
Can I reach and press both circles at the same time, or put my hands on both circles at the same time? I've got a reach of about 5 feet, 6.
Then no, probably not.
Hey, Star Eyes, come help press this circle when I press this one.
Alright. Oh, who in the world had time to kidnap all these people, put them into ruins, and have them fancy coffins? Oh, whatever.
Point.
And I go on the other side
All right.
and do the thing.
Okay, so you guys press
Great.
the circles. Nothing seems to happen when you press the circles.
This one's a dud.
Can we just open it like normal people?
Oh, probably.
Alright, give me a hand here. And I just try to push the top.
Okay, you make a strength check.
Alright.
And you're helping, so make it at advantage.
Yeah. Yep.
16.
Is that an advantage?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm using beyond 20.
Okay,
So we'll show the
you
one
did
that's
roll it
high.
twice, though, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Yep,
yes.
I see. All right, so you notice that when you give it a nice push to try to get it off there, the whole coffin kind of slides a hair, which tells you two things. It tells you that, one, it is sealed very tightly, and two, it's not made completely out of gold. It's only covered in gold.
This is less valuable than I thought. This just looks
I want to
pretty.
be something with these squiggly lines. I just start touching them, rubbing my hands on them, seeing if they wiggle or move or depress.
Nothing seems to happen. You do notice that the things that catch your attention, though, is the concentric circles that you originally impressed.
Mm-hmm.
Persons? Heads? Do you know anything?
From over here, I'll just holler, "Did you push the button?"
We did.
Repeatedly? Sometimes that works.
I
Once she
button
says
mash.
repeatedly, I just start hammering.
I start
on the
button
button.
mashing.
Yeah.
I'll come up and look over their shoulder. Is there any small amber gem size holes on it?
Are we supposed to steal things?
At the center of the concentric circles, there are some small divots.
Okay, I'll be like, oh, just wait 1 second, you guys, and I'll fly down and I'll
Fusion
pull
intensifies.
the amber gems back out of my pocket,
How
How'd
did
you
and,
get
those fit
those?
and put one in each of them, and then I think push them maybe. Now that I got them in there.
All right.
Now, there, let's button mash.
Okay, when you put them in there, immediately you hear
Oh,
a
okay.
small
I go
whirring
hide.
sound.
Disregard.
and then you hear a clicking sound as the coffin lid starts to slide away. It slides away very smoothly. It's almost noiseless as it slides across the top of the sarcophagus. It reveals
Not creepy at all.
a humanoid. What appears to be possibly a human laying there. And its eyes are open.
This is underwhelming.
You look when I open my eyes, you guys see amber glowing eyes. Seeing 2.5 people sort of floating over where
I'm invisible.
you're invisible. You. 2 people standing over there. Immediately reaches to his side and tries to grab something, and then cross on his hip and goes, "This."
This one's less friendly. Are you still friendly?
And you see him start looking around and picks up a hook. A big,
You're cutting out a little bit, Scott.
Yeah, you cut it out, Scott.
uh,
Must be. The only thing I can think of is maybe hop out of the Discord channel, hop back in. That might fix it, actually.
Ye old IT magic.
IT magic.
before he responds, he grabs like a big hood, puts his hood on, and goes, "Depends."
Alright, he's friendly enough. Alright,
He's friendly enough.
long story short, none of us know why we're here. Are you from here? That changes a lot, and we're all very confused.
Mathew, as you're grabbing your your equipment and stuff, and you're standing around your sarcophagus, are you going to do anything? You notice this whole exchange from a little bit of a distance.
Can I take the scepters from the sarcophagus? Or are they now, like, stuck there?
Yeah, you can take them.
Yeah, I'm gonna take
Are they
those.
like little handheld ones though for him?
For
if I
him,
can...
yeah, they're real small to him.
They're like toothpicks.
They're just like a goblet with a handle.
So, yeah.
Past that, I mean, they're kind of... The heads are kind of talking back and forth between themselves.
They're about the size of really large pencils to you.
Oh, they're not that big.
Oh, they're Prim's
then at
only
some
6 inches
point-
tall, remember?
Yeah.
Fair point.
And then at some point, like, everybody just hears, like, a clapping sound
Okay,
as they high-five each other.
And then Prim, are you going to
Yeah.
get the ambers back?
Oh, if everybody walks away, I'll just pick them up.
Akass will be picking those up after he picks up his gear.
Yeah, then I won't, because I'm not gonna go in and push them out of the way and grab them.
Now, do
But
they?
if people are leaving things behind, I
Right.
will.
Now, Akass, you do have, like, people would notice that you do have like a sort of a bluish silvery some
Patches of skin.
patches of skin on your
Yeah.
face, right?
Yeah, that's why he puts the hood up very quickly. Doesn't want people to.
And you
Well,
also
'cause
you
of
also
Veris.
notice he has like a white streak in his hair, or a couple white streaks, depending on where
Do I get to see these patches of scales?
Yeah,
the hood.
Probably
you're
everybody's
standing
seen it because you were staring right at him while his eyes were open, laying on the coffin. Because
Fair enough. I look, and the snake statue also seems to have in this color of scales,
yeah,
correct?
yeah, same color, yep.
The ASMR will remember that. Shows up on the top right corner of the screen.
It shows up on your hood.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys
So
have all.
slowly starts getting dressed, like at the other side of the coffin, away from you guys. Because he just doesn't know who the fuck anyone is. He's just kind of like, okay, so why was I put in a coffin?
That's a very good question.
That's what we're all wondering. How long have we been in these coffins?
Last I remember, I was sleeping on the plains.
Last
Next thing I know, I'm here. This is not the plains.
Last I remember, I was about to kill someone that needed killing.
That is not ominous at all. I
Take
respect it.
it how you will.
What is the last thing you remember, Del? Besides, I mean, being at a fight of some sort, right? Maybe.
Yeah, last thing I remember. Let's see. The Brotherhood and I had gone south. We were seeking out, some necromancer. Best I can remember, it's a bit fuzzy. What? This might be strange. What year is it? Anybody know what year it is?
I just woke
no.
up from a coffin 20 minutes ago.
Do I
Should I
have any?
Remember what year it was then?
If the great disembodied voice can remind me.
There's a disembodied voice.
So Prim, you would remember that it was
1372.
Yeah, 1372.
That's what I think it is, but something's not right. So I'll let everybody know. Well, okay, so I'm gonna be not invisible, so that you know where I am and who is talking. So those that haven't met me, like Scott, I don't think you've seen me yet.
No.
Yeah. So suddenly I appear.
It was hot, goddamn Veris.
The voice is now embodied.
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to come find everyone. I was supposed to come find you, and it was supposed to be 1372, but this doesn't look like 1372.
The fairy can travel through time.
Well, I wasn't trying to travel through time.
I don't know about you lot, but we should definitely capture this fairy if it can travel through time.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
No. She got us out of these coffins. Well, she got me first, and then we hopped out. If I would not be menacing to the person that might have a semblance of an idea what's going on. Apparently we're of some sort of legend and heroes. And I don't know about heroes, I'm just a guy.
Yes, I don't think hero would be a word to describe myself.
You also notice, Prim, that there are still only 5 of them.
Yeah.
6 if you count the other head.
Yeah.
There's also supposed to be more of us, which is
Yeah.
even more concerning.
So I was told to come find the 8 heroes, and so there should be more, but I don't know if they're maybe under the rubble over there or what's going on. But 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's 5 of you, and there should be 3 more heroes.
Plus yourself, little fairy.
And I'll fly over here. Can you help? Can you help look in the rubble? There's supposed to be 3 more. And
Well,
why don't you guys know
I
what's
was
going on?
well, I was looking around earlier and I didn't see any cool signs of any sarcophagi. So, maybe the others aren't here.
Akass just points to a skeleton in the middle of the floor just there and goes, I found a body.
I'm gonna look at the skeleton.
That is in fact the body.
It is definitely humanoid in nature.
And does it have any remnants that would remind me of one of the 8 heroes?
Well,
There's nothing there that would imply that it wasn't, but there also is nothing there that implied it was.
and then there were 7.
Okay, there are 3 holes here. I don't know if that, or is there 4? There's 4 holes. Never mind.
There's 4
Okay.
holes,
Yes,
yes.
that just looks like erosion over time, or there was something standing there before. I wouldn't.
It actually looks like this body, the way it's set up,
It's been
it looks like it crawled out of that hole.
That's what I can picture. It's
And it
very
looks
good
like
art,
this,
Brian.
this here is another body that kind of crawled out of the hole.
I hate to say
It's
this,
just
but
kind of like half in the hole still.
erosion kind of look like a massive claw.
Oh, it does too. Damn. Like a big footprint.
Yes.
Well, they,
Was that unintentional?
Sorry,
there's an
I
evil
sorry.
disembodied voice. Everybody run.
And
I
suddenly
can't
we
see
go
that
on a
because I'm not
I am,
lying.
I am glad that none of you had to make a perception check for that. That's very cool. That's very cool that someone noticed that.
They got stumped.
Why do I feel that I may actually be one that notices?
Prim's gonna look up into the sky, very worried.
No, because that can't be right because there's another one over here too. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's considerably further away than the others. So I'm pretty sure.
I think he means the erosion of the thing is what he's talking about, right?
This here, yeah, like there's another hole here,
Well,
right?
I think he's saying but what I think he's saying is this resembles a giant claw.
Yeah,
This bit down here does, yeah, but then there's another thing that comes out of here, and then this one. So
Oh, so why is the light green? Is that even healthy?
that's somebody else's drawing.
You do notice that the light green is the green light coming from the torch, the greenish glow. It gives you all a kind of a little bit of a peaceful feel, and it makes you feel well. Also,
Maybe we should
you
take that
feel
talk.
good and you feel healthy around this thing.
Like a hot toddy.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
like a really good hot toddy.
Yeah, Akass, you also see Akass do this like hand gesture as a spectral hand starts to float up to the torch and try to pull it from the statue.
You try that and it doesn't seem to budge.
Not strong enough.
Here, I can help.
I
don't
take
help. It doesn't help.
Maul still in hand. Violence?
Okay.
Without
So, yeah, Prim, you're not able to budge it either, but you
No.
you also notice that if you go up there by it, when you're up there by it, you notice that there's not really any heat coming from it.
Just light. Okay.
I could put my hands close around it.
Yeah, when
No
you put,
heat,
and you put your hands
nothing.
closer to it, even real close to it, there's no heat.
It's not like a regular flame, everyone.
Does it work? Does it work similar to like a light cantrip where there's no heat and such? Would I compare it since I can cast that?
Is there like a hooded lantern part that I can pull down to close it to block the light and then open it?
Like a snuffer?
Or it's
No,
just
there's no snuffer.
no. Okay.
Akass kind of stands in the corner and says, "Well, random people that I have woken up with, should we not introduce ourselves?"
Oh yes, I'm Prim. And I'll go
I
over
disguise them.
and I'll go over and try and put my hand out to shake your hand.
Akass just gives like a sort of half polite bow and says, "Cass,"
I'll just stay there with my hand out.
does not shake your hand.
I'll scowl and fly away. Hopefully you're not metagaming there.
No, he's just really afraid of you. He's afraid.
Afraid?
Yeah, he's afraid to say that he's afraid, but he's afraid.
No, he's not big here. Akass is genuinely afraid, and he
Oh.
knows things about touching people.
Sorry?
Oh, he knows
He
things
knows
about
what?
Fey folk? Yeah.
Oh.
He knows things about fae folk and touching people.
Oh, okay.
Because he too has a couple of spells like that.
He too might have a couple of things about him that might make him afraid of everybody, kind of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, before ending up here, I was known as Del the Vengeful.
Oh, hi, Del. I'm Prim.
Hello, Prim.
Okay.
Hand out to shake.
With like thumb and pointer finger grabs your little hand and gives it a little shake, or just extends the finger actually.
Okay. Here you go.
Now remember,
Dude.
anytime if you feel friendly towards somebody and you think they're going to do something kind of quasi-strange, you can opt to fail a saving throw on purpose.
So I do know that something happened when I shook Prim's hand. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you got warm tinglies.
Charisma saving throw.
Yep.
Do I know that it was more sus than that?
Oh,
No, not really. Not really.
Okay.
I
There
fail.
was no charm about it per se.
Considering I failed immediately.
Yeah.
Is it considered a magical effect?
Yes.
It's just a feature that I have,
Yes, it would be a spell-like effect, but it's something.
but it's
that-
not cast.
It's an innate type of thing.
So I failed. So you would know that I am confused for my emotional state.
That seems
and,
correct.
Yeah. Okay. That jives. Yeah.
And there is
And-
there is a fey, but you kind of knew that about hobgoblins too. So
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, do I have any fey abilities that would help me?
I don't know, but goblinoids are technically kind of an offshoot of fey. So
Yeah.
I updated mine to the Monsters of the
multiverse, okay.
Multiverse version, so I do have the Fey Ancestry, Fey Gift, and
Oh, okay,
Saving
nice,
Fates.
okay. Yeah,
That
and
sounds
and
really cool.
that I have pre-purchased that, so it'll be out the 17th on here on Roll20. So
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw somebody who was doing a review on TikTok, and I just paused it and copied down exactly what was in the book
right there you
that
go.
they had.
There you go.
So you know that I am very down the middle of the road. You don't sense
Gotcha.
overwhelming goodness or evil from me.
Gotcha. I grin. Nice meeting you, and then flutter away.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. Under these interesting circumstances.
So you
Does
guys,
everybody know
what we're
everybody now?
doing.
So does everybody know
honestly
everybody's
don't know
name
what
now?
We're doing at the moment.
Akass is staring at the two-headed dragon, going,
sorry, Ian, you went off camera. Did you have a issue over there?
No, I'm still here.
That's interesting.
Camera looks black.
Yeah, his camera went black.
Nope, everything's still on.
Let me check my remote connection because that would be.
Oh, there was a network error. Please try again. That's for.
Oh, you might have to reconnect.
that I'm
is
see-
all.
That's what I'm seeing on Twitch.
Yeah, you should be able to just reconnect to your that camera, that link I sent you. You might have to
Pretty.
you might have to close it down and then reconnect. It should be okay.
"Is that two-headed dragonite with you?"
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He talks to himself though, just like me.
Yeah, I didn't catch your name there, dragon.
So they're just kind of looking around, like taking in the
We all
group,
surround you.
but-
It's like, oi. He's
and
dead.
the blackhead speaks up. Amethyst head just kind of stares at everybody.
What is the
Not
Blackhead
really
say?
sure. He's like, well, I'm Akuma, and that one is Deliora. We're still rather confused.
And you guys are also for Akuma and Deliora, you are also starting to kind of get impressions of what the other is thinking, so to speak. You don't know exactly what the other is thinking, but you know you might have a little bit of an idea.
Okay.
Like, if the other feels hungry, you kind of feel hungry. It's kind of one of those things. You know?
All right.
Nice to meet you, Akuma and Deliora.
Okay, so honestly, I don't know what's happening because my Discord is saying that I'm not actually connected to Discord right now, and I can't get out of
We
Discord.
can hear you pretty good for a guy who's not connected to Discord.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I know, but it's the
Technology
same
is
with
awesome.
everything else too. So I don't know what the deal is.
All right. Well, should we take a break real quick while we figure this out, guys?
We
Sure.
can right after Deliora either shakes my hand or doesn't.
Oh yeah, Deliora, are you gonna shake her hand?
We're just gonna hold out our
Okay.
finger, knowing that I will probably crush you.
Okay, and I'll two hands. I'll shake your finger, and heart sense.
Okay.
So charisma saving
charisma
throw.
saving throw, or you can adopt to fail the saving throw on purpose.
I don't
Well,
have
that
to
works
opt
too.
for
or you
anything.
could just fail it really bad on purpose or on accident.
Yeah, as all things should be.
So obviously you don't detect any fey fiend or celestial or undead.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's just celestial fiends or undeads. But anyway,
Yes.
And it's only me.
you know she does know your alignment. What's your alignment for?
Emotional state and alignment.
And are both heads the same alignment?
Yeah,
They
that.
are.
They are.
Oh,
Okay,
that makes it easier.
that's a little bit better. Yeah. Okay.
Chaotic neutral is the alignment,
Mm-hmm.
and sense a lot of confusion, hunger, um, anger, lots of anger for no apparent reason, like he just wants to punch something.
Okay.
And what was your last? I guess it would just be that anger. But do you remember what your last memory would have been?
Fighting on a ship.
Okay. Like on a sea ship type thing? Like
Yes.
Like a big boat? Okay.
Big boat.
Like a galley or something, or a galleon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright, so... Alright, we'll go to break real quick and see if we can't figure out the issue with the camera.
Okay.
Awesome.
Alright. See you all in 2-3 minutes then.
Alright, cool.
All right.
You should put Prim just to be the almighty disembodied voice.
Okay.
Yep.
The head of Zardon.
So we were just discussing basically that you got these descriptions of these 7 great heroes, and the 8th one you haven't got a description of. But 2 of the heroes that you have the description of are basically missing from the Tabaxi rogue and the Tabaxi warlock and the female human rogue, or I believe it's human. It might be halfling. I don't know. But at any rate,
Map. Where's the map?
oh, map. Where'd the map go?
What's
Roll
our
for
song
map.
again?
That's interesting. Where'd the map go?
I'd sing the song, but I can't remember the tune.
Okay.
Map.
Yep. There you go. That.
Wow. Okay, so
Why
the
is
map,
it so
the
green?
map. The map. It's the green light.
I know. I'm just messing.
Hey everyone, we're back.
It's a little bit brighter on Cash's.
It is.
And
Yeah.
It is. No, that's what like. I looked at the screen.
I like that though, actually a little bit better in this instance because it's supposed to be giving off kind of this eerie green radiance.
I've been blinded like 5 times
Even though
in the
it's
past hour.
I was gonna say, even though it's kind of an eerie green radiance, it makes you all feel really at ease.
Green.
This feels like tea.
Like tea, is that what you said? Green
Yes.
tea. It's green tea. Okay.
It feels
Um,
like tea. Yes.
So as you guys are all going over your introductions and such, are you guys going? And I'm assuming you guys all pick up your equipment from your sarcophagi and
Yeah.
that kind of thing, and are strapping whatever on that you weren't buried in. Like anybody who wears armor was buried ceremonially in their armor. For all intents and purposes, when you wake up in a sarcophagi, you wake up as though you were buried like you were dead. You don't feel like you were dead. Well, maybe a little. So maybe you feel a little fatigued, so to speak.
I checked for all my ribs.
Yeah, you're all there. Nobody stole your kidneys, as far as you know.
What are kidneys?
Yeah, right. So, but as you guys are, getting ready and introducing each other and talking, making small talk, you hear some stone clatter off to the south.
I turn invisible right away.
Akass kind of stands behind the hobgoblin and draws his crossbow.
Okay, down to the south, you hear. Let me zoom out a little bit. You hear down toward this way, and you see something move along the top of the wall.
What was that?
People that I just met. If I can trust you for a little while, I say we get to some civilization. Odds are better if we stick together, yes?
Yeah.
Real
Yeah,
quiet,
I'd say
Scott,
so.
1 second.
Yeah, I gotta turn you up.
Yeah,
Scott.
yeah. I'd say so. It's gotta be a stage whisper.
Oh. No, forget stage whispers. Whisper for real. Sorry, chat.
Where's Scott? Oh, there you are. Alright. Go ahead, Scott.
Say we
You're quiet
find
again. What
is
happened?
good.
He's really quiet.
Right, I'll try again. Give me a second.
Yeah, you were. Maybe it's because maybe your boom's away from your face. I don't know. I don't think that's it though.
Give me a second.
You were a lot louder a minute ago.
Is that better?
Nope.
Is that better?
No.
Plot
It
twist.
sounds
The
the
enemy
same to
cast
me.
silence.
Yeah, I've got my volume up near max.
Your mic volume?
Yeah.
You're not coming in off. You're not coming in. Your mic isn't coming in off your webcam, is it? Do you have a webcam?
I do, but I'm using the mic on my headset.
Are you sure?
Did you change what mic you're using in Discord?
Roll tech check.
Alright, I'll just try to...
Is that better?
Yes, much
Yeah.
better.
There you go.
Whatever that was that you did was much better.
There we go. All sorted now.
Alright.
I
So
say we
was it your
find what
webcam
this
picking it
creature.
up?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, you might not... No, I might have to turn you down a little bit, actually.
I say we find whatever this creature was, potentially kill it and eat it, and find civilization.
I think these two are hungry. I'll point to.
Yeah, my head's kind of perked up
Deliora
like
and
at the
Akuma.
sound of food, like food. Hello?
Food.
I don't know about eating it, but we should probably find out what it is.
I put away my maul, take out a great axe, and start moving towards the direction. Just cover me with anything.
And Cass picks up a handful of dirt and shushes it at him as he passes.
There we go. Alright. So, if you guys look to the south, toward the edge of the map,
Mhm.
where the noise came from, you guys might be able to make a like a perception check and see if you see anything. You saw something move, but not exactly sure what.
Yeah, sure, we perception check.
You're just seeing movement kind of out of the corner of your eyes, different than.
So, question: do I roll 2 perception checks since I have 2 heads?
That is a proper question.
You
That is a good question.
You could, but it would only count the first one. So
So that's a 15. I don't know why, but I somehow had
maybe
it
actually
on-
maybe you would have advantage on perception checks.
That requires sight. Yeah.
disadvantage on any spells that blind though.
All right, Prim, you notice it seems to be what looks like a leopard. The head of a leopard, like looking over the wall.
It's a kitty cat, you guys.
Del, you see it
a
also.
big cat, though. It's a big cat.
Akass,
is it-
you can kind of see it. I don't know why the +3 is from bless, right? Or guidance.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Guidance.
So yeah, you can kind of see it also, but it's kind of in the shadow and under some leaves and such, so it's hard to see.
Does it look like an animal or like a humanoid in its facial features?
It looks somewhere in between.
Okay.
But you've seen a tabaxi before, and you know this isn't really necessarily a tabaxi, but it could be.
All right.
It doesn't look like one per se. I mean, it looks enough like one that you could say, yeah, that's probably a tabaxi.
Okay.
But it also looks different enough that you're thinking, well, that might not be one, you know. So
Something's off.
something's off about it, yeah.
Should I shoot it?
But it does see for Prim and Del, you do notice not Akass, you don't notice this much, but you Prim and Del both notice that it is definitely looking at you guys and seems to be studying you guys.
But hasn't attacked.
No.
Maybe we should just say hi. I didn't shoot you guys when you guys woke up.
You were also looking for us.
Yeah, maybe this cat's looking for us too.
Akass looks at the fairy and goes, "What would you shoot us with? A toothpick?"
I'll break
There's
out
a
my
cat?
bow. I'll break out my bow and realize I'm invisible and that you can't see it and just put it away.
What? Kitty cat. What you looking at?
What are you looking at?
Does it look? I was like, I can't see it very well. Does it look like? Does it know we're looking at it?
I think Del just yelled at it.
Oh
I did.
shit!
Yeah.
What'd you yell, Del?
I had, oi, kitty cat. What are you looking at?
With
How
that,
far away is it from me?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45?
I would like to, then if this is being pointed out, I would like to cast light near the cat.
Okay. So actually, it's pretty far away. It's
Oh.
75 feet from you guys. About
Well, how about how about from me? Because I'm
from
moved
you,
forward.
you're yeah, it's whoops, grabbing you instead of not supposed to be moving you. Yeah, about
50 feet?
50 to 55
Excellent.
feet.
I think that's within range.
Yeah, should be.
So I'll just cast light. Not to piss it off or anything, just to.
So yeah, at the end of these
Illuminate.
stairs, just beyond the stairs, there's a wall. Like basically the wall. You can't see the wall on the map, but basically the edge of the map is the wall. You see the cat's head come up over the wall, followed by a body, and the body is decidedly female. It looks very female. It's wearing kind of a sarong type of thing with like a two-piece sarong type thing, like with a skirt and like a not a tube top, but like a bikini top almost, but it's more of soft material, like a flowy kind of thing.
Like a belly dancer over there.
Yeah, kind of something like that. Yeah.
And does this ring a bell with what was described to me as one of the heroes?
It kind of appears like it could be the Tabaxi Warlock, possibly.
Okay.
Because it does look like a Tabaxi, but it's
that
also
might be
wearing the clothing style is a lot different than what you would think.
Mm-hmm. I'll still say that. Ooh! I think they might be part of the heroes.
Then why don't you be a weird voice and go talk to it?
Okay.
Can't
will
you be
come
a
up-
disembodied voice?
I will come up to here. Wait, you said there's a wall around the edge here, or there's a wall off screen?
Off screen, yeah. The
Walls
edge
off
of the
screen.
screen is the wall. So it hops down in front of the wall there.
Okay. I'll drop the invisibility and just say, "Hi. I was sent here to look for the 8 heroes, but I can only find 5. And one of the descriptions said there was a cat folk and magic user. And are you that person?"
She says, "You are the chosen, not I."
Who are you?
She says, "I am Namara."
Namara.
Namara. And I'll put that
Nice
in
to
the
meet
chat.
you, Namara. My name's Prim.
She says, "I
Hello.
can't." She says, "I can't believe it is actually true that you are awakened."
I managed to wake them up somehow. I don't know how, but I don't know, why were they in sarcophagus? Why aren't they awake and fighting? Why weren't they ready?
She says, I don't understand.
They were
These
supposed to fight.
sarcophagus have been here for 100 years.
Excuse me.
Why did they get put in sarcophagus? Sarcophagi.
It
Like,
is the
did
way
you
we...
say 100 years?
She says, yes, this is the way we honor the dead.
Dead.
What? How did they die?
I was right. I died.
She says, I know not how they died.
Wait,
That's- you must
100
have got
years?
me.
100 years? What? One sec. What happened with the army?
The army?
What happened with the war?
Army.
She says, well, I am not aware of a war.
Did I get a name or just the reference of the person?
What do you mean?
The Witch King.
Oh, the Witch King? Yeah, no, you get the name. It's a Zengi, the Witch King.
Oh, okay.
Vasa. And
Okay,
it was the war was called the Bloodstone Wars.
Right. Okay.
You
What
did
of
get all that
the-
reference. You did know all that. Yep.
Okay. What of the Bloodstone Wars though? It's 100 years? No.
She says the Bloodstone Wars, and she thinks for a moment. She says, that was a war far to the north. She says, I know not of it. She says,
Oh.
come to me, come with me to the village of Aeronaut. Perhaps we can piece together your past further.
I trust not cat people, Goblin. Are you trustworthy?
I look at the snake person and look back at the cat person and fly over to her.
I mean, I don't think we've got much of a choice. If you want to stay here in this steaming rubble, feel free.
I quite like the heat.
Okay, so the reason I'm here is to gather you to help with the war, to help with the fighting the army, and that's 100 years. Something's wrong. Something's really, really, really wrong.
She says, no, this is just as prophesied. She says, this has been 100 years. It is said after 100 years that the Circle of Eight will awaken and go forth to seek their destiny.
But there's only 5.
She says,
Plus you, strange voice.
She says, yes, sadly, there were problems. She says, as you can see, 3 of the tombs were desecrated.
Does anyone know what by whom?
It was many years ago. I know not by whom. Perhaps some of the village elders know.
Okay.
Insight check.
It's thank you. Somebody said it.
6.
You're pretty sure that she has no idea.
Yes, please help us. We need to know why, or I need to know why, because I'm supposed to help them, and I have no idea what's going on. Can you please help? And I'll hold out my hands.
Okay. She says, yes, as I said, follow me, and she takes you to a over toward.
Does she grab my hand?
Yeah, she kind of reaches out to grab your hand.
Okay.
Or like she puts out a hand or two, or like a hand or a finger or two, I should say. Okay.
Charisma check.
1 second.
And her name is Namara.
Yeah, Namara. Yeah. Well, she failed.
Okay.
Ow.
She is
This
not
is
a
better
fiend.
than I thought.
She is not a fiend.
Okay.
Her emotional state is calm, and you can tell that there's a bit of a edgy excitement on the edge of her emotional state, kind of like,
Yeah, this is a prophecy.
yeah, like something big is happening here, like that, and she doesn't, almost a sense of she doesn't know if she believes it herself yet. She's in shock.
Okay.
I mean, she just did see, 5 dead guys come out of the ground, so that have been dead for 100 years.
Okay. And alignment?
Her alignment is neutral.
Lots of neutral.
I believe she's
Okay.
actually lawful neutral.
Okay.
Namara is.
Okay, I will hold her hand as we go.
Okay. So you guys head back to.
Is everybody coming?
You guys follow her to a like a crevice in the wall where she kind of disappears behind the crevice in a way, and then you realize it's just kind of an offset secret panel. Like basically it looks like a hidden wall, but it's actually just a separation. Like it's like an optical illusion. Yeah, it's like an optical illusion. It's just, yeah, kind of like that. And then so you guys go out and go back out of the thing, and she starts walking through the jungle. There's just a big, huge jungle out there. It's like it's got a cloying heat. It's very much very thick trees and just, you know, but there is a clear like path she's walking along, and the path is, you know, somewhat overgrown, but it's pretty clear. Like it's pretty easy to follow. You figure even if she wasn't there with you, you guys would be able to follow the path fairly easily.
I'm gonna
So
let go
it's-
of her hand and turn invisible.
So it's somewhat well traveled, you know. If nothing else, is a well traveled game trail. And you guys start following her. Are you guys going to just continue to follow her? Ask her
I'm
any
following the
questions?
fairy.
So Akuma's gonna ask because Akuma talks more than Deliora. It's like, so you said we were dead. Explain.
She says, I do not know what there is in Dragonborn tongue to explain death, but you no longer cease. You no longer. You no longer breathe. You were no longer alive. That is the best I can explain it.
I think he's asking
that-
how
that-
did we die?
The amethyst one just puts one of the hands over his head, shaking his head
She
like you
she
idiot.
she kind of laughs and says, "Who is to know?" 1 second.
Cass and Draconic just goes, you cease to be part of the material plane. In Draconic to try and make it sound fancy.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
I missed what you said too.
Akass says in Draconic, you cease to exist in the material plane.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. Okay. What was I gonna say? You asked how did he die? Is that was? Yes. No.
That's what he was trying to ask, but he can be dumb.
Oh, okay. So essentially, you know, like, as far as, you know, how you died, she doesn't know. She says that you know, who's to say you've been dead for 100 years at least, or, you know, over 80 years at least.
Well, if that's the case, I look pretty good for 130 years old.
Don't look too
I
bad
don't
for a dead
feel
man.
dead.
Not all dead, only mostly dead.
Oh, Brian,
Yes.
the roll 20 pieces are showing up on the screen, so everyone can see you searching through things.
Oh, what? How?
Lit.
Yeah, I just looked over.
Because that pane on the window that you're capturing.
I'm not.
Or
That's
sorry,
not-
he says window capture instead of,
What?
I assume instead of screen capture?
No, hold
Is
on,
that-
hold on. Time out. What are you talking about?
Instead of the chat from roll 20, we could see what you were searching up.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And same with
okay,
the turn order.
because the turn order and that's on that page. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize. Because the maps capture is from Cash's screen. I forgot.
Yeah.
I didn't capture the other off of that. Okay. All right. That makes sense now.
Yeah, I don't know what you were looking, but Cash typed it in capitals.
Okay. Anyways, so yeah. So she doesn't know because you've been dead for like 80 years and that kind of thing. Sorry, I got sidetracked now. What was there another question? Hello?
What is this Bloodstone War?
The cat woman looks over at Namara looks over at where she thought Prim was and kind of like looks around and doesn't see her, and she says, I don't know, I just have heard of a prophecy of the chosen 8 awakening, and I am one of the watchers who makes sure that the sacred site is well kept.
Well, you did a bang-up job.
She says, I wasn't here. She kind of looks insulted, and she says, I wasn't here when the tombs were desecrated.
Sleeping on the job, eh?
She says, no, I wasn't old enough to have the job then.
Cats,
She
they
says,
like
but
to
not
sleep
all
on
of.
their
She says,
stuff.
but not all of us are over 100 years old. And she looks at Dell.
Damn, she calling you old.
You learn to respect your elders, or do they not teach that these days?
Okay.
She
So
says,
where
the
are we
elder
headed?
tribes in the village will talk to you about this.
And to be fair, I don't feel a day over 36.
Right. And in fairness, you're not. Anyway, okay, so. Alright, so what now? What were you going to say, Queen?
So we're going to this village, right? Aranot?
Yeah, Arnott.
Trying to get back away from.
Okay, so you guys travel a little ways on the path, and you guys find yourselves coming up to the southern end of a village.
Oh, damn.
On a small path.
What is the name of this place, Cat?
This is the village.
Aranot.
This is the village of Aranot.
Aranot.
So we're coming from down here then, right?
Yeah, you guys are going to be
You said?
from the bottom here. Let me put her down there, and then you guys can see her at the bottom.
Oh, there's a grid and a grid. I didn't zoom in.
Yeah. Yeah,
This pretty big.
Yeah, it's a very big area. It's you notice that do you guys need me to drag you on the map?
No, I dragged myself on.
Okay.
I got myself as well.
Okay.
You gotta
Everybody wants to drag themselves on the map at the lower bottom area there.
It's not letting me drag myself.
So-
Your name.
Oh, you gotta drag
That's
your name,
true.
yeah. There you go, I got you. Oh, now there's two of you. Okay. Oh, you got yourself already, okay. She says, you come up to the village, and you see the center of the village from where you're at is a flat-topped hill that's been artificially leveled. It looks like it's been done by human hands. In the center of the hill is a 10-foot tall truncated pyramid made of earth and faced with stone slabs. Set on top of the pyramid is a huge alarm gong, in kind of a square frame. Around the pyramid, you see a 3-foot high earthen wall, and the hilltop seems to be like an assembly meeting place type of thing. Each of there's like sets of huts, like here at the bottom where you guys are at, and you see off in the distance there's another circle of huts, and then another one, and another one. Each of them, there's 4 of them in all, and they have a statue in the middle of each of them. This southern one here has a statue of a sea turtle. Looks like some sort of sea turtle. It's made of wood, carved out of wood, and is in the center of a bunch of like graves. It looks like a bunch of tombstones, kind of.
The music is a little loud on
Oh,
stream.
too loud. Okay. I turned it down, but then I thought people might not be able to hear it. So.
Oh, it's good. It was good at the start, but I think now over talking it might get a little harder to hear.
Yeah, there you go.
So shall we
Should be a little bit loud or a little bit quieter now.
Shall we go and meet these elders then?
Namara says, "This is not the village of my people." She says, "This is the human village. They should know more about the prophecy." She says, "I am going back to my village." She says, You will talk to the clan leader here, or the chieftain, and they will allow you to know what you need to know. Hopefully,
And what's the chieftain's name?
the chieftain's name is Kirakura. I'll put that in chat.
Could you? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Kirakura.
And this is Aeronaut?
Yeah, aeronaut is.
Aeronaut?
Actually, it's aeronoat is what it is.
Okay.
Aeronoat. That's how it's spelled. Anyway. Or yeah, aeronoat.
I got that completely wrong.
Sorry,
Me too. I put Aaron.
aeronoat. Okay, so if you look, you see a statue at each of them. From where you're at, it's kind of hard to make out what the farthest statue is, but it appears that one is a leopard, one is an eagle, and the farthest one appears to be possibly a deer, maybe, or an elk, something with large antlers.
And one with a sea turtle?
And the one that's closest to you
Okay.
is a sea turtle, yes.
And they're
At least
surrounded.
a turtle of
by-
some sort.
And they're surrounded by graves.
Yeah, all the totem statues are basically have like little gravestones around them.
Okay.
Well, human tribes are always quite fascinating. I will follow your lead. They can sometimes be a little unkind to me.
I will look to. Who am I close to? Okay, and she's then leaving.
Yeah, then she turns around and she gets ready to leave.
Okay, I'll turn to Trisha
Yes.
and say, "Okay, can I just hide behind you if you go first?"
Sure. You can hide behind this gap in the armor. My armor is probably really banged up. Realistically. If it's the
Okay.
armor that I've slept on.
It's literally been slept on for 100 years. Yeah.
Yes. Right. I am just going to walk around the road and see if I find people. These
you
are
see,
these are all graves, yes, or
yeah, in the center of the thing, yes. And the very central piece is a totem, like a statue.
Yes.
You do notice that it is warm and sunny, and there are like gardens, like between these paths, up over this way, like over this way and over this way. Those are all like a gardening, like maybe like some crops, or gardens of flowers and just vegetation, different things like that. There is there is a bunch of like, I don't know, like pigs and chickens and things like that, livestock, just like kind of roaming around. And there are a few humanoids roaming around, and as some of them see you, they kind of either disappear into huts, and, or kind of like ignore you and walk off, or just seem very curious and stand and stare where they're at.
I approach random person that's staring at me for no reason. Excuse me. We're looking for Chief Kirikura. Is that what it was, Prim? Yeah. Cool. Do you know where we could find him?
She says, or they say, you can find her at the at the meeting temple, and points to the center of the thing where the pyramid thing is. I mean, you do see people all over. So.
Akass picks up a chicken and asks if he can have the chicken to the person.
He says, "What do you have to trade?"
I have old coins.
He laughs. He says, I do not think old coins are good for a chicken. He says, don't you have perhaps a small child?
I have a loud voice somewhere.
What?
A loud voice?
A disembodied voice.
Oh.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
He says, I do not understand what you mean. He says, perhaps
I covered the little hole where Prim is probably hiding.
He says, let me see these coins and see how many I would like for this chicken.
He opens a pouch on his side, and in the pouch there is a certain amount of coins.
Okay, he says, are there any gold coins in there?
They're all gold coins.
They're all gold coins. Okay. So he says, oh, you did not tell me it was gold. He says, I will take I will take a gold coin for a chicken.
Good deal. And he proceeds to take a coin out and give it to the man. Or person, sorry.
Yeah, it's a man.
1 gold for a chicken. Man,
That's an expensive chicken.
Robbed. You were robbed.
And then turns around to the dragonborn and holds up a chicken and just snaps his neck. Inviting the dragonborn over to come and share the chicken with him.
The heads kind of look down because they like feeling it die in its mouth. So now they're sad and hungry.
Now they're sad and hungry.
He doesn't. Akass doesn't know that. He's just like, hey, this guy is big and scary. I'm gonna feed him so he doesn't eat me.
I am gonna go.
The huts are basically, right around 20 to 30 feet long and about maybe 10 feet wide. They seem to house one or more little families each in them. The natives there seem to kind of take an interest in you once they see you talking to one of the other ones. And you do notice they're speaking in common, but they're speaking in kind of a thick dialect, which you as an archaeologist would definitely decide is a Chelton language, or a Chelton dialect, I mean.
Okay.
You are fairly certain that you are in Chult. Like if you didn't know any better, if there's no other way to tell, this has got to be Chult.
Right.
You'd have to be with everybody though to hear, right?
Right. But he just kind of didn't move up yet, I don't think. Oh, and neither did Deliora,
Yeah.
I mean.
I just went around the other way.
Deliora, I'm moving you up.
Okay. I gotta zoom all
Deliora
the way.
flies like the wind. Anyway, so okay.
The dragons are magic. Kill it.
Kill it with fire. Okay. All right, so you guys go up to the center, and you see a couple warriors standing at the edge of the mound, and you see a lady in a large headdress, and she sees you all and she smiles this big beaming smile, and she says, "Ah, you're awake at last. It's true."
What is?
Think we found the chief.
She says, "The prophecy, it has come to pass."
I don't know about this prophecy. Last I remember, I was in a tavern, and
This is nowhere fast asleep. Chief, please elaborate. We are incredibly confused.
She says, but you are the heroes of prophecy, are you not?
According
Yes.
to literally every person we've talked to.
Yes, the heroes. These are 5 of the heroes.
Ah, yes. Who am I talking to?
No,
Looks around.
and
Where
I'm
is this
like-
voice coming from?
I like scrunch over from my back.
She says,
I'll come out and I'll drop the invisibility.
oh, she says, oh, you are very small. She says, I did not expect a hero so small.
I'm not a hero. I was just sent to wake them up.
She says, ah, yes. In my grandmother's time, the other tombs were desecrated, but yet there's still 6 of you. Perhaps this is a good thing. She says, perhaps, little one, you are more a hero than you hope to be.
Him, congratulations.
Akass just kind of goes, no, not a fairy.
Him, congratulations. You're a
calling
hero
us
by
heroes.
association.
Yeah, hero.
What did we do to become heroic? Because last I remember, we weren't doing nothing out of the ordinary.
She says,
well,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say the last I remember, I was in Port Nyanzara, trying to make some money.
She
We are
says,
still in Schultz, right?
She says, ah, yes, you are in Chult. She says, you are far south of Port Nyanzaro, though. She says, we don't go to the mainland much.
The mainland.
She says,
We're on an
you are an island, south of Chult. She says, they call the island, and then she says something in a language that you've probably never heard, in like a dialect. It's some form of common. She says, she says this thing, and she says, it means island. It means Doom Island.
Wonderful.
Not ominous at all. More importantly, because everybody's probably wondering this, what year is it?
What year?
Yes. Apparently
Oh,
we've been dead for 100 years.
oh
so-
yes, you have been dead for 100 years. This is, oh, actually, a little longer. You did not, how do you say, awaken as soon as we expected. It is 1498.
Brian, just for my notes, that would be 1498. What?
DR, Dale Reckoning.
DR.
Yeah, so it is 1498 DR, and for your notes, that would be 1372 DR was the last year you remember being around, or doing things. Or 1372. Did I say 1392? I meant 1372.
72.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 1372. So essentially, 26 years?
Something like that, yes.
Something like that? 116 years? 126 years. 126 years, I think. Yeah, 126 years later is what it is.
Then I'm sure home has changed a lot.
She says, come. I can show you the wreckage of your boat.
We had a boat?
She says, how else would you get to an island, silly?
Don't question it. We're getting free stuff.
Wait, did you say Cholt?
Ah,
Like to the south?
we are to the south of Chult, yes.
That doesn't make sense.
She says,
I am
oh,
far away from
do you
home.
mean Chult is south of where you come from? Yeah, Chult is a peninsula far to the south in Faerun. We are farther south than that, a couple miles. If you go to the boat, sometimes you can see the mainland on a clear day.
Chieftain, may I ask why this island is called Doom Island?
She smiles again. She says, it's probably nothing. She says, I have lived here most of my life. It has been mostly peaceful.
Insight check.
Okay.
In response, mostly?
She says, well, it is Chult. So you think she's telling the truth, or as she sees the truth, I suppose?
What is so dangerous about Chult? I have not been here before.
She says, mostly the only trouble we have is beyond this wall, and she points, and you just now realize that to the north of the camp, there are these large tar pits in the ground, like from where you're standing from where you guys are looking from the mound. You can see these large tar pits in the ground, and then just beyond those tar pits is a huge stone wall that runs as far as the eye can see to the left, to the east and to the west, left and to the right, and which you assume is east and west. And this stone wall has like guard towers every so often. Let's see, it is, I believe. Yeah, the wall is 70 feet tall into the air. It's like, it's very much like, like you weren't, probably the disorientation and being at the far end of the village and just coming out of the jungle is what, like, kind of made it not obvious, or the fact that it's so huge made it not obvious. It's kind of like, you're looking at a mountain and then you realize it's just a wall, a big stone wall. And there's a pair of 40-foot gates at the center that you can see. They're about 40 foot tall and 40 foot wide.
Why do I get the feeling we're going to need to go into the dangerous area to get to our boat?
If I remember this seems like the kind of thing my uncle went on an adventure once, wherever he may be now. You have either you find trouble or trouble finds you. So at least we know.
She says, we can supply you with some things. She says, we have some supplies. She says, but you, or perhaps your forefathers, or someone has left you a thing here. And she says, follow. And she comes down off the mound and she starts walking toward the the big wall. And you kind of follow her to a hut, like at one of the longhouses, and it doesn't seem much different than the other ones. And she says, although I am chieftain and we are a matriarchy, she says, each clan leader is male. It helps the balance that we have here. And she says something in the Chultan language, the Chultan dialect, and two guys bring out a big chest.
Well, now we're talking.
Chief, can you update us on major events in the better part of the century? Since apparently we've been dead. Anything of relevance?
She smiles one big smile. She says, where do I start? She says, I am not 100 years old, but I may look it. She says, however, it is known that you fought in the Bloodstone Wars. She says, and must have succeeded, for you would not be here if you didn't. The Witch King Zheng Yi is no more. The Bloodstone lands are now free.
Well, I hope in his chest is at least some modicum of my reward for doing such a deed.
She says, well, I was hoping that you all would know more about this. And she says, it is obvious that you do not know each other. Perhaps being not alive for 100 years and some has addled your memories. She says, I am sure they will come back in time. And she says, she opens the chest, and you see a bunch of scrolls, like just tons of scrolls.
Prim will be very excited.
Disguise is really excited about that too. Because do you mind if I take a look?
She says, well, I assume that they were yours, so yes. You may. I do not mind at all.
Okay.
These came off the
Start
boat.
Start looking through the scrolls.
Yeah, me too. I'll lay the disguise.
Okay, there's literally tons of scrolls, like tons and tons. As you're looking through them, the more you look through them, the more you realize that you do see some maps and charts, but the more you realize most of them are blank. But they're super high quality paper, super high quality parchment. Like, you have not seen parchment like this for most of you, and for you, the archaeologist, this is the kind of parchment that a lot of times magic users will get to write scrolls on, or that cartographers will use to make maps, or important documents and such. It's that kind of parchment. It's really and it's really well preserved, but it's also really high quality. That's the word I was looking for.
These are empty.
Oh, I wouldn't mind some of this because part of my thing is, obviously mapping out areas. So this would be extremely useful for me to use some of this.
I could use some to make some nice spells.
This excellent vellum parchment, you know that these papers would last for centuries. Like, you figure that according to according to the chieftain, that it's at least 100 years old now, but you know that this kind of stuff will last for centuries without degrading.
Right.
If kept well.
So the stuff that's actually got writing already on it, then can we depict anything from that?
You see maps and charts. You see what you can clearly tell is a map of Chult. You can see that there are several islands around Chult that are still part of Chult, but you see a ship's log that was kind of kind of charting a course from farther north to Chult. In fact, it seems to be the course that you last remember taking as the archaeologist to come to Port Nyanzaru.
Oh, so from the Sword Coast down to here. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting.
Other than that, like I said, most of them are blank. I mean, there's tons of it, but it's all blank.
Huh.
Well, this doesn't clear much up.
The gods, they are fickle, no?
Yours, maybe.
She says, yes, they have been only prophecies and such. You are, I'm sure, hidden down this way at the Circle of Eight to be a secret.
Well, if we bested our greatest enemy, why would they need us back?
Yeah,
says,
what does the prophecy say about that? Why are we supposed to be coming back for a reason?
She says,
Or are we supposed?
she says prophecies are very strange. She says, you are there to fulfill your destiny, for sure. But that is about all the prophecy says. Says there will be a great conflict ahead that you will be once again needed for.
That seems incredibly vague.
She says, such is the way of wise old women.
And crazed gods.
She says that too.
And crazy magic users.
I do not relate to any of these things. I just hit things. Preferably really hard.
Things up and put them down.
Well, I say, great leader of this tribe, take us to our boat. We need to get back to the mainland.
Why? What is there? What do you know about? I have no idea. What's changed? I do know Port Nana Zura.
9-0, yeah.
We could go there, I suppose.
Sure.
But
I just need to get somewhere more civilized.
But if we're buried down here, and we were down here, we must have had a fight or something down here. Otherwise, why would we have been buried down here?
Do the maps show anything that could give us indication on where we might need to go?
I mean, not really. I mean, there's not anything specifically that says anything. There is, like I said, there's a one that charts the course from the Sword Coast down to Port Nyanzaru, so you could go back to the Sword Coast, but that kind of seems a little counterintuitive at this point. If down here is where you're supposed to be and where this conflict might take place, you're not sure. And of course, you don't remember anything Akass said that was like as to why, other than needing to fight this war that was back in 1372.
It's already been fought.
Yeah. Apparently, it's already been fought and won.
Mm-hmm. So we get to just do whatever we want because there's no direction.
You're not sure. I mean, yeah.
Why don't we?
Kind of it.
Is there anything?
Well, I
I
think
can tell.
it's all done, so maybe we just have a good meal.
Yeah.
At that point, Akass throws the chicken at the Dragonborn.
She says, yes, we will celebrate and have a feast in your honor. She says, perhaps you would like to see the wreckage of your boat first?
Wreckage of the boat?
She says,
Yeah.
yes, it's been 100 years and your boat washed ashore here 100 years ago. And the survivors, they buried you here.
So we didn't die here?
I know not when you died. It was at least 100 years ago.
Yeah, I understand that, and I understand you probably have records, but we either arrived here alive and then died, or we died somewhere else and was brought here. But why would we be brought here to be buried if we were supposed to be part of the Blood Wars, which were far north?
She says, that is a fair assumption, but I have no idea.
Are there any, and I regret even asking, are there any elves or dwarves or longer-lived folk around that might have a better understanding of the last 100 years?
She looks around and she says, not any that you want to talk to.
I mean,
Well, we might.
She says, you can talk to the Phanatons, and they might know something.
what's a Phenaton?
She says, a Phanaton? You do not know what a Phanaton is. It is like one of the northern raccoon, perhaps. but with wings, kind of.
Lion raccoons.
It
very
flies. It flies or glides, kind of, but is kind of like a monkey also.
What's
A
a monkey?
flying monkey.
What is going on?
I point to this guy and go, he used to be a monkey.
She kind of grins. She kind of grins again, and she can't contain herself. And she says, "Yes, a flying raccoon monkey."
I'm lost.
Grim's excited to see it.
I am confused.
She says, "We'll have to go up beyond the wall to take you to your ship. Do you need any bearers?"
Any bears?
No, bearers. Porters.
Oh.
Lifters.
Is it just
Probably
the
to-
chest?
It
If
was
we
that.
have more things, yes. But otherwise,
But the thing is, though, if the boat is a wreck, which means it's not seaworthy, is there any reason for taking this vellum, this parchment, back to the wreck? How far is the wreck from here?
And she says,
And how long would it take for us to get the boat seaworthy, or is there another way of getting to the mainland of Shult?
she smiles again. She tries to smile, but you can tell she's getting slightly a bit irritated. But you could see her smile again. And she says, "You are the heroes. You are supposed to know these things. How am I supposed to know these things for you if you are the heroes?"
Because we've been
dead
dead
for 100 years.
100 years.
He says,
Akass just grabs like armful of the paper and goes, "Take me to the wall."
She
I
says,
want to see this boat.
we can help you build a boat. She says, we can help you build a boat, but it would not probably make it to the mainland. But perhaps, yes, it would make it to Chult. It would make it to the mainland of Chult, but it would not go much farther than that.
that's all we need
She
it
says,
for.
give us a couple days.
I think until we find our ship and figure out why it's a wreck, we're not gonna learn much more.
She says, I think this chest was the only thing we salvaged from the wreckage. She says, perhaps there is more that we have not found nearby, but of course the sharks.
Oh, it's wrecked underwater. Yes, of course.
So
What
we
do you
swim.
recommend?
She says, perhaps the Fanatons or the Rakasta know something.
How about we go talk to them then?
Okay. She says, would you require any porters, or would you just require a guide?
Our
What if
guide
we
should-
leave? Marcos, was that you?
Oh, no, by all means.
Just what if we leave the supplies here so that we're not carrying them back and forth? If we can't ship out for a couple days, maybe we go
Makes
talk
sense
to
to
these
me.
others.
Yeah. So you don't need so just a guide then.
Yes,
Right, did you
please.
see that message? Did you see that whisper I just sent you?
Oh, I'm sorry. One second.
I don't think we need to be carrying scrolls everywhere. Especially if they'll be kind enough to take care of them for a little longer.
Hmm.
Or if you have more information to tell us, that might change our mind.
What's the average danger that we could find on the way?
The average
wall
danger.
is pretty tall.
She says, the average danger. She says, there are giant beasts. She says there are rock baboons. There are snakes and spiders and the Orane, of course. Dangerous Rakasta could fight you, but the Rakasta are usually friendly. Fire newts, There are many things that you could come across in the
Sounds like
jungle.
everything. All right,
Boat.
What in a jungle doesn't want to eat you?
that is a fair point.
She says there are gargoyles up in the mountains
Excuse
to
me.
the east. There are hippogriffs over on islands to the west. She says there are sea monsters, from what we understand.
I think I'm starting to understand why this is called Doom Island.
She says, just do not swim for long. Although, perhaps it would be wise to swim for a little bit. I don't know. She says, just, but, the sharks.
Well, point us the way. What time is it? What time of day is it right now?
It is fairly early in the day. You would say it's getting to be about, around noon.
All right, we walk fast.
Okay.
Just point us the way.
Let's get a guide to take us to the ship.
All right. So you get she hooks you up with a guide. It is a male, and he takes you out through the doors here at the front gate, and they're massive 40-foot doors that are each 20 feet wide. And so they open the first gate, and beyond the first gate you see another set of massive doors the same size. and when they open that one, when you guys start heading through, they open the second one, and it opens up to the outside. I mean, I mean, you're already outside, but it opens up to a different section or a different area.
I'm pretty sure that these gates keep something out other than
Keep us in.
furry.
Yeah.
No, than to keep the small furry winged creatures.
The guide says, yes, the carnivores, they keep them out.
The what?
Carnivorous lizards, big ones.
I just kind of point to myself, like, questioning, like, big lizards.
He says, oh no, much bigger than that. he
Well,
laughs
time
and
to take
he
this.
starts
Russell.
walking.
Oh.
When we get outside the second gate, Dell looks back at the exterior of the gate to see if there's any. Is there like any markings on it? Do they have like the elephant studs or anything like that on the outside of the gate?
Like spikes? Yeah. Yeah, they do. They have on the outside of the gates they do, and then on the wall they do a little bit too. You also notice on the wall every so many feet, probably every 100 feet, there's like a tower that is sorry, the wall was only 50 feet tall. The towers are 70 feet tall. There's a tower that's like 70 feet tall that seems to have somebody or some warriors up on the top of the tower, and they seem to be carrying bows and that kind of thing.
Yes, you know where this could go wrong.
And
But we have a guide.
and the guide takes you through the jungle a little ways to hang on 1 second.
How could anything go wrong? We're the heroes of prophecy, are we not?
Yeah.
That sounds like famous last words.
Yeah, he takes you
Oh,
to
yep.
a set of, is it the tar pits? Is that what it is?
It's right out there with watch out for those archers, they'll have some poor bugger's eye out.
Or what do you mean? We're pretty much gods.
Yeah.
Those are definite famous.
We did
last
unalive ourselves.
Right. For
words. I got a pouch here. Do you want to just sit there?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I'm gonna keep flying around, but I'm invisible.
Seems good. Oh shit, where are you
How many
going?
times can you do that?
It's just an
It
ability
will.
I have.
who's that? Will?
It's at will.
I just magically turn invisible.
I like it.
It's
Fun
a great
times.
fairy. It's a
It
great
helps with
fairy.
my 2 hit points.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're taking on a well-traveled trail, probably for about not even quite 20 minutes, and you come out of the jungle into a clearing onto a beach. The beach is this beautiful, like bright colored, whitish yellow sand that is encircling this large bay. You can smell the water roll off the ocean, and it's really a nice, nice smell. And you can see what looks like the wreckage of an old ship sitting on the shore.
That was fast. Well, looks nice. The ship doesn't.
Shall we take a dip? Maybe see if we can find something to jog our memories.
I will say the breeze off the water is nicer than the humidity of the forest. Not quite as sweltering.
Right?
It's a jungle, dear boy.
It's a jungle out there. Anyway, so
I'm gonna go to the beach, the shore, and look for seashells.
okay, you find a few what appear to be oyster shells.
Okay. Put them in my pockets. Just collecting little things.
Let's check it out. Maybe some sigils or something may remind us of something, eh?
Very likely.
Okay. Yeah. So you're looking at the wreckage. It's really not. There's not much there really. Like I mean, between the sea and the salt water and the time and the shipwreck, it hasn't left much of the hull and left of the ship.
Is there any remnants of a flag of any identifier?
All I see is sea.
I see. You don't see any flags, no.
Masthead?
Nope.
Name on the side of the ship?
Anything.
It would have been long gone.
So
Just trying.
our
Think
cool
ahead.
head kind of cocks at Deliora's head, like, oh, that's interesting, and then they both just kind of go towards it, looking for the wheel. It seems to possibly remind Deliora of a ship that he once sailed on.
Like I said, it's more of a ship's skeleton than anything else. It's just like this dilapidated old shipwrecked carcass of a ship that's it's over 100 years old and looks like maybe some of the natives have been using it for wood. And some of the natives have been setting up like thinking it's sacred. Like don't touch it. It's sacred. So it's hard to see, but you do notice that there is some pieces of the cargo hold which are now kind of submerged, and it appears to be a as you're investigating it, it appears to be a metal box down in the cargo hold.
We could probably get that out.
Should I go down and get it? Does anyone else want to come?
I could give a hand. Give me just a minute to take off this scale mail. And Del starts undoing his scale mail so he's not jumping into the water with 30 pounds of metal on him.
Akass very gingerly starts removing his fine clothes and things like that, and you see like all over his body like patches of like serpentine scales.
Okay.
How deep is it down?
I mean, yeah, you imagine it's very deep, but the chest itself is, only about, 20, 30 feet out, and so it's probably only up to your waist, maybe.
Oh, if it's up to the waist, I wouldn't bother taking off my armor.
Oh,
It's salt water. I still would.
Yeah. I was saying. So yeah.
Akass has taken his gear off.
Yeah, and you would have to kind of like get under the water a little bit to lift up the chest.
Yep. Pop off my boots. Just got trousers and a shirt.
Okay, so when you guys pull this up, the three of you, it's an iron box, like an iron lock box.
I bet we
Is
are
it
gonna
locked?
find something in this black box. Maybe something that'll allude us to what happened.
Or there's going to be something in there that leads us all alive.
Could be.
Can anyone pick a lock?
There's another box.
I'm not good with locks. We could smash it open, likely.
Just what I was about to say, my angry dragon friend. How about busting open a lock?
I could try first. I don't have any extreme skills in that area, but I got tiny little fingers.
Okay. You gonna try?
Sure.
You can try picking the lock. You could make a
Dex.
sleight of hand if you got it.
I just have to add
Okay.
the
Not
dex.
just do dex, yeah.
I will give Prim a bardic inspiration.
And I will give Prim advantage. So
Both
yes,
of
I
us
will be touching Prim. So if she wants to do her thing, she can try.
And
Okay.
I'll give Prim guidance as well.
Oh my god, what is this? Pluses of
Stack
what?
the buffs!
Okay, so I've got advantage, so I've got 2.
So guidance,
Somehow.
no, advantage, and then guidance, and then 1 bardic inspiration, which is a
And the
D6.
guidance and the bardic inspiration I can use after I roll, right?
Alright, let's see
Yes,
if
well,
that
the
is
guidance
first
you use
session.
when you roll, but yes, it's actually you could choose to use it or not. Yes. You can choose
Okay,
that.
so these are the rolls. 25.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no, sorry,
yeah.
no, that's adding.
Oh, that's
no,
that's
no,
total.
no,
Okay,
no.
yeah. So
That's
11
adding.
and 10,
I
so
forgot to do the-
14, 15.
Okay, and then roll
Roll a
the,
D6 for bardic
One.
inspiration, and a
Six.
D4 for the other.
and then roll
So
the
20.
a 6 and a what? The guidance.
D4
D4.
if you want more. Yep.
Okay.
23. Yeah. Okay. You put your little sprite hand in there and just feel around for a tumbler and pop it open, and it just goes ka-tink and pops off, and the lock falls to
Okay,
the ground.
and then
And then you
Scott.
realize as the lock pops open and falls to the ground that it kind of breaks and falls off anyway. So it kind of
It would have worked
it
either
probably would
way.
have broken if you didn't do that. Like
Okay, Scott. DC.
Charisma saving throw. Eh?
just the
DC
weight
10.
of the lock popping open is
21,
broken.
24.
Okay, so it's just your current emotional state.
Curious and slightly agitated.
Okay, do I get a feel for what you're agitated with? People or
The situation.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so you open
Uh,
the box. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you open the box, and inside, it is completely dry inside the box,
It's a good box.
and you notice that there was a seal around it. When you open it, it's kind of hard to open. There was a seal around it, and the seal is now broken. But inside the box, Prim sees a bag. It looks very familiar.
My eyes
to
light
her.
up. My eyes light up, and I dive into the bag and I open it up right away.
Okay, inside the bag you find a small, like a necklace made of
Okay, I close it. I close it and open it again.
the bag.
Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, you still see the same thing.
Okay, I'm getting less excited.
Yes, no,
What do I see in it again? A necklace.
a necklace. Yes, and it
Okay.
looks like the necklace looks also familiar. It's an onyx type of necklace.
Yes, an onyx gem. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll reach in and grab the gem and look at it, confused, and then close the bag and open the bag again.
It still seems to be like
Just a
just
bag.
a bag. Yeah. but it looks like the bag you would think it is. It just
It's just not.
does not seem to be doing what you would hope it would.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh.
Fairy, why did you take that necklace?
It was in Akass's bag, but it's not Akass's bag. I don't know what's going on.
What's an Akass?
Akass is my warlock. I'm her familiar, but I can't sense her anymore. Not since I showed up here.
I have some bad news for you, Fairy. We've been away for 100 years.
Yeah, but
Your warlock may not have been alive.
I'm gonna open the bag
apparently
again.
they buried us here.
I'm gonna open the
No, they
bag
didn't.
again and close the bag and open the bag again and then pout and then just sit in the bag. Currently, I'll put the necklace in my pocket.
Okay.
What's that bulging in your pocket?
It's a necklace. It looks
Oh.
like Akass's necklace, but it's really tiny.
Maybe try putting it on.
Does it do
Okay.
anything?
I'll put it on.
Okay, you feel like almost like a little spark of energy, but other than that, maybe you figure it's probably just you're excited about it and doing something, and it doesn't really seem to do anything.
Okay.
Did it do something?
Okay. I'll look at it nostalgically. Can
Oh no,
someone
it's a
carry,
mimic necklace.
can someone carry the bag for me? It's too big for me to carry.
I got you.
You also notice that when you're sitting in the bag, you notice you thought maybe it was a maker's tag,
Mm-hmm.
but it seems to be a very small piece of parchment.
Okay. Does Druidcraft give light? Do I have a light thing with
Yes,
Druidcraft?
ma'am, you can do that.
Okay. I'll
Like a
in the
little bit of
bag.
Bioluminescent flower or something.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, there we go. I'll do that. And I'll see if I can read this little
Um,
parchment.
It says fire will show the way.
You guys! It's a clue! Akka left a clue! Okay, I'll read it out.
And it does look like it's written in your warlock's hand.
Okay. Well, it was in her bag. I'm gonna assume everything in there is hers.
Yeah.
So I'll read that out. It said fire leads the way.
Yeah, fire will show the way.
Fire will show the way. So I'll pop my head out of the bag and be like, "Oh, Akaressa left us a message. It says, fire will lead." You just said it too. Whatever he said.
Yeah, fire will show the
Fire
way.
will show the way.
Thank
And
you.
I'll
second
show
to
them my
somebody's
tiny
voice.
little note. I'll show them the tiny little note. See?
Do fire here?
I don't
Do we
know.
set it on fire?
Do we see a fire?
You see Akass take his backpack off, pull out a torch, and spark it.
Now you see a fire. It's not a torch, but
I throw it on the boat.
you throw it on the boat.
I'm asking a question.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this boat sucks and doesn't work for
Yeah.
anything. So might as well.
Yeah.
Akass yeets the torch onto the boat.
Okay, the boat, after a couple seconds catches on fire and like the pieces of the boat that are left there, and kind of burns down, a bit till it gets to the water and then kind of fizzles out, but it burns pretty fast because it's old dry
Beechwood.
drift beechwood, but and as it burns down, you just see the guide that's with you. He just kind of is looking on in astonishment.
Oh yeah, we had a guide. Oi, guide.
Mhm. And we just burnt down the only remnant of
Yeah, they were
sacred
there.
site.
That's okay. It
What
belongs to us. So
direction?
we can do that.
Did the smoke go?
What direction did the smoke go? Is that what you
Because
said?
there's no.
Uh,
Yep, there's no smoke without fire.
Back toward the village.
Back towards the village, I think.
Let me try something. You want to put that note down on the beach in front of us.
I'm gonna hold it really tight to my chest and be like, "Is this what we have to do?"
I mean, it's up to you.
Okay, I'll put it down on the beach.
I'd step back
Yeah.
and rub my hands together and
While he's
clap
doing
out.
that, I'll just click my fingers, press the digitation, and set the light thing on fire.
Burning hands.
It was already gone because that works on creatures. It doesn't work on that. I'd press the digitation and click my fingers and set the thing on
Running
fire
hand
while
works on
he's
anything. Running hand catches
rubbing
like-
his hands and stuff.
Okay, so you guys incinerate this little note. I guess
Yeah.
it's pretty much okay. So that worked. It's gone now.
Well, I guess fire did not show the way. Sorry, Prim.
I think it did. The smoke from the ship went back to the town.
That's just the wind, friend.
If
Well,
I
he says-
fly up into the wind or into that where the smoke was going, do I feel like the wind is still carrying that way, or was it only when the smoke came up?
You still feel kind of like the wind is still carrying that way a little bit, but
Feels like the wind.
yeah, but you also the guide also says the guide kind of laughs and he says, and to think the chieftain was so certain you would find your answers on some empty paper.
Ooh.
You're kind of
Maybe
an
you
ass
have-
for a guide.
No. I know
Maybe
what
you
it is.
have to burn all your other paper too.
No, I think there's something invisible written on it. And only a light will shine the way. All those empty scrolls aren't empty at all. And if we go back and get a candle or press the digitation, and we might find something written on those scrolls.
Or maybe there was more on my note that just got burned up.
We will never know now, Veris.
We will never know
Guess we'll
now.
know. Guess we'll not know.
Yeah, but that's just a odd scrap of paper. We're talking about some really high quality vellum.
Okay.
That could be the thing. Okay, back to the camp.
Nice to meet Luna in the stream. She's got like 100 bits of some sort. I don't know. That's pretty interesting. Or it's a he. I am a man. Okay, so it's a guy. Luna Cortez. All right. All right. So you guys head back to the camp then, or to the village?
I'm going to head back.
Okay. Anybody else? Or are you guys gonna try to have the guide take you? I mean, you can
To the
follow
other
the trail pretty
creatures that are longer lived.
Yeah, to the Thanaton village. That's up to you. You know.
I mean, not much else here other than this box. Should probably bring it with us.
We can use it to put the fairy in when she misbehaves. It keeps her dry.
What can I do with Druidcraft? Let me look up
Yeah,
Druidcraft.
you need to look up Druidcraft. Yeah.
Okay.
Make a flower crown appear in my hair or something.
Make a bad smell.
Yeah, fart smell in front of them
Yeah,
every
yeah.
step. Little rain cloud follows them, sprinkles on them.
There you go.
Little fairy size rain cloud just keeps raining on them.
You see
Fairy.
Akass slowly moving his hair and then start like shaking it off like he's washing his hair.
Cloud. Yeah. So okay. So Geoth. Yeah, sorry, Geoth. Okay. Anyway, so so who's gonna go on and who's gonna go back, or like who's gonna do what?
Dell's heading back to the village.
Village.
I'll head back.
Okay, so everybody's heading back to the village then, right?
Who grabbed the bag? Was that you?
I grabbed the bag. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Del would have grabbed the metal box as well to bring that.
Okay, so when you guys, arrive back at the village, the guide is with you, of course, and Prim, are you going to show anybody that you got oyster shells?
Oh, I thought as I found them, I would be just loudly proclaiming how much cool stuff I found.
I assumed that I knew this.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you probably would. I mean, I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
That
sorry.
makes sense.
I didn't want to interrupt. Everybody was doing what felt like more important things.
Right,
so,
no, that
like,
makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that everybody would be aware that you
Yes.
found oyster shells.
So far, oyster shells is the main plot line, okay?
Yep, there you
Yeah.
go. Focus on the oyster shells. No,
I'll be sitting in my bag that damn it, I forgot Marcos's character's name already.
Trisha.
Yes,
Trisha.
Trisha.
that's my wife's name.
I will be I will be sitting there with Trisha and
Close.
or in the bag and just playing with the oyster shells and looking at the necklace and looking at the amethyst that I still have.
I
that
become
nobody knows.
amused. I become just immensely amused by this excitement.
I'm in the bag, so you gotta be looking in the bag.
And the 2 ambers. Don't forget the 2 ambers.
But didn't
Yeah,
I have
but
to
I can
put
I
them-
can probably hear you since
Yeah, you probably can.
since I am currently carrying you.
Yeah, so I maybe just double check that. I went back for the ambers. I wasn't sure if Scott said he grabbed them right away or not. I don't remember. That got a little
Yeah,
confusing.
when he picked up all his gear, he was checking the coffin for anything of worth.
Oh,
He was going to suggest that we break down his coffin and carry a sheet of gold with us, but
So
he
would I
didn't.
have had a chance to grab the little ambers first, or
If you were going to be sneaky about it,
probably, yeah.
probably not? I was
Well,
just
you're
waiting
invisible,
until
so,
people left.
Yeah.
Oh, you were waiting until people left? Okay, then he
Well,
probably
yeah.
grabbed them before you then.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I just have the amethyst then.
Yeah, so this is the amethyst, yep. And then, okay, so, yeah. So, the chieftain prepares a feast in your honor, and, everybody at the village is kind of there from all the clans. You kind of come to the central meeting place there in the middle there, and that's where you guys have this big, you have like a, they have like a ring of fires around the center place, and kind of do dancing and feasting and some games, some types of games that they do. Ian, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I'm going to not actually set fire to the vellum, but get out one of the empty vellum scrolls and actually put it close to the fire, or get a candle and light it and actually put it over it and see if the actual heat of the smoke actually makes anything appear on the scroll.
Okay, when you hold it up to the fire, like hold it up in front of the fire, the light coming through, you do see that there is something on it. And when you light a candle and get it warmer, then you do see letters start to form on the page.
Okay, that makes sense.
And as an archaeologist, this is an old trick. I see the kitty's tail. As an archaeologist,
Keep going.
she said, as an archaeologist, that this is an old trick people did with like citrus juice sometimes.
Yeah.
And you see that it lights up, and it lights up the words on this page. Says, when the gale finally ended, we found ourselves approximately 7 days sailing through the distance, out of the Sword Coast, and down toward the Chilton Peninsula. We replenished our supplies and patched up the ship and traded our remaining goods at native villages along the shores of several islands. Some villages were friendly, but others were hostile. The natives attacked on sight. I suspect they were cannibals.
Okay, have a look at another one.
Okay, so you go through several more.
I'm gonna spend my evening going through these things.
You go through several more, and they're not like in order at first, so it's kind of jumbled up and stuff. But after getting them all, like the ink to appear on all the ones that ink will appear on, you notice that several of them are empty, like just empty. Like because
Right.
there was, like I said, there was hundreds. So there's tons of good empty vellum here. But you notice that there is 5 more that had writing on them, and when you put them in order, it's basically a sort of a captain's log. And so we skirted the coastlines of several islands, sailing south by west until we reached a small peninsula cut off from the main island of massive stone. We were well received by the natives of Aeronaut, the small village that guards the wall. The villagers have no name for this large island other than the Island of Doom. Their own small peninsula is known simply as home. And you did notice that when you were out by the bay, there was bay on both sides. So you're on a
Right.
You're on a peninsula itself. The
Right.
peninsula off an island.
Right.
The villagers told us a tale about an ancient city in the central highland of the isle that was built by the same people who built the wall. The villagers called the builders the gods. But I noticed that the names of the gods and the personal names of the clan ancestors were often the same. So I suspect that their ancestors and the builders were one and the same. I believe that the natives once possessed a much more advanced culture, and that the descendants of the builders have returned to a more primitive state. The inland city is rumored to be filled with treasure beyond imagining. In particular, I heard a persistent tale of concerning great black pearl of the gods that still remains in the inland city. The island waters abound with excellent pearl beds, so the rumor of the black pearl may well be true. The village contains a number of huge lifelike statues of iron, bronze, and stone. Since no villager currently has a skill or craft to make such statues, a tale of the lost city built by the gods seems reasonable. I would have liked to explore inland to verify the rumors, but too many crewmen died in the storm or by cannibal spears. Only 5 of us are left, and I am the only professional adventurer, while the others are only sailors. We can sail the small ship well enough but on land, in hostile territory, we would be helpless. Once back in the Sword Coast, I shall be able to recruit a new crew and a party of professional adventurers. Then I will return to claim the Great Black Pearl. One thing I managed to do before leaving. We sailed around the island and made the best map we could. We were afraid to land since the village fishermen had warned us that it was extremely dangerous to land anywhere on the main island, and the coasts were rocky with no beaches. As a result, the map only shows the coastal areas we could chart from the ship, but it is better than nothing. And it is Captain Rory. So R-O-R-Y. Don't you know R-O-R-Y? It's not that important, but somebody might want to write it down. I don't know.
So the actual map, one of the maps, then, does it look like the island that we're on? If I show it to the chieftain, or is this from another island?
So the map does look very much like the island that you're on, and it looks a lot like this. Hang on, it's all black, isn't it? It's dark. It looks like darkness.
It's not. I can see it.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. And here's the Great Wall, and you guys are in a village that's just beyond the Great Wall.
Okay, so where was our ship?
Your ship was right about here,
Yeah.
Okay.
and then
So
you
we
guys
could
are
have
in the
continued
village
past.
here.
Okay. And this whole map is the Isle of Doom.
Yes.
Do we, like, is Ian, are you sharing all this knowledge with all of us, or just the chieftain to find out if it's the island we're on?
I will share the knowledge with everybody once I've put it down and
Kinda
done
put
it.
it
I will
together.
definitely yeah, I'll get everybody together and tell everybody what was found.
You notice
So-
from the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So Captain Rory then was the captain who brought the ship that carried all of you here?
That I don't know.
Because they said they brought the chest from the wreckage, and that chest has papers that have notes from Captain Rory.
I guess he must have done, and we must have. Because doesn't it say that we were all sailors,
Does it say anything about?
heroes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it did, because apparently Rory just knew about the.
So
Maybe you were cargo.
if you zoom in on the map too, down here, you'll notice that the map that you have
There's a village.
shows other villages. There are at least 3 other villages that you see. Actually, on these other little islands, you see 2 other villages too.
So where was this temple thing then? Where we were?
You guys were in here in this jungle area.
So we were buried over here.
Yeah, and you walked up to here. This is basically where Namar. It's still kind of jungly here, but I mean it's real dense jungle back where you were buried. Yeah, you're right around there. Here, let me grab that and move it to about. Oh, I can't grab it. Let me grab both pieces and move it to about there.
Right. So unless we were the adventurers that he went back for.
Yeah, this isn't
But
making
we can't be.
because he never made it back.
He never made it back.
You know, I'm not a sailor, that I know.
I'm not a sailor.
I'm good at reading maps, that's about it.
I'm good at making maps.
Were we already dead when he delivering us?
That's what I said. Were you guys cargo?
I feel like we had already died.
Would I be able to roll, I guess, history to see if I know the captain, being a former Reaver?
Sure.
This is gonna be interesting. Wow.
Okay, you know his name was Rory Barbarossa, and you do know that he was the captain of a ship called the Mayfair.
Okay.
And he wasn't a pirate per se, but he did do expeditions. You know, he was an adventurer for sure. He did expeditions. Yeah, he did expeditions for people, but he also did expeditions for his own gain. You know, like treasures and stuff.
Like a privateer almost.
Yeah.
So would I know if I ever ran across him or came across him? Maybe struck a deal with him at some point.
I think maybe you would have known him.
Okay.
And maybe, you know, as far as have met and had talked, but probably not. And maybe you knew each other kind of a little bit better than acquaintances, or had met each other, but not like not that you can remember, not super good anyways.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just trying to jog my memories as best I can.
Yes. You do also know that from the map that the wall, the Great Wall that's set up there, is you guys can tell that the length of the wall is like 100 feet or so to each side, I believe. Oh no, not 100 feet. Sorry, Sorry, it's 2 miles.
That is not a small wall.
No, yeah,
No, it's not a small wall.
2 miles. It's a huge wall. Yeah, and every 100 feet there's another tower, and you know that from talking to the villagers, there's about 28 towers.
That's a lot of towers.
So I say, so, you know, do we want to go look for this black pearl? Do you think this black pearl's going to help us with anything, or?
Have you read all the papers?
And all the ones that there was something that the 5 pages that actually had writing on them, that showed up. But there's nothing else on there at all that tells us like who we are, you know, why we came down here, apart from the fact that they were down looking for this, you know, this black pearl, legendary black pearl in the city somewhere in the middle of the island. I guess we could ask the chieftain if she knows of the legend of the Black Pearl, or where, you know, where it's allegedly to be hidden.
She says I have heard of a great treasure of long ago that is said to be held in the Central Plateau. She says that is far from here, and I have never been there, and I intend to never go there.
Why is that?
She smiles again and says, well, as I said, it is Chult. She says there are many dangers outside the wall. She says it is not the safest place to wander alone. And she says, but you are great heroes. I'm sure that nothing would challenge you that could be something that would, you know, be bad for you.
From the looks of it, if we die, we just respawn in 100 years. So.
Yeah.
That's a slow respawn counter.
I won't remember anything. I'll probably go out again.
Restricted respawning.
Just reset.
So do we go over the wall, or do we find the other villages and see if they have more information?
Might be worth going to the other villages and seeing what they know before we wander off. I mean, the map. We see this map, right? That shows the wall.
Yeah.
Or do we just have the
map?
outline?
This is basically the map that you guys have. Yeah, the interior probably isn't filled in as good,
Okay.
but I mean, it basically has, okay, there's some mountains and some broken land over here, and some caves over this way, and some volcanoes over this way, you know, that kind of thing. So
We should definitely avoid the volcanoes and anything that had sea creatures around in those hexes.
Oh, what's the scale on the hexes?
2 miles,
I believe
right?
it's 2 miles, yeah.
Okay.
What makes sense to check out these other villages
feet.
first?
Oh.
The
I have to fix the scale, don't I? Apparently it's only 35 feet to the next village, you know?
Excellent. I teleport. I cast Misty Step.
Okay, anyways.
This wall seems to be blocking off the rest of the island from this peninsula. So,
Probably for a reason.
Okay.
shall I find
I'll
more
ask-
information before we cross it?
I guess we could ask the chieftain about the other villages then that are south of the wall and see if anyone is any of those ones. Would anybody know anything about us? Or I would imagine one of them is the home of the Catwoman that we saw earlier, Namara.
And is it worth going to talk to the people they said were more knowledgeable and older?
Yeah, possibly.
The raccoon flying monkeys?
Yeah,
Yeah,
those guys.
where are they? Were they south of the wall too, or were they?
She says, no, the Fanaton village is north of the wall. She says, Namara is a Rakasta, and she lives in a Rakasta camp to the south, in the jungle. in the forested area. She says, near the farthest south village. She and the other watchers are all Rakasa.
Why did it have to be cats?
But the Watchers didn't know anything about us either.
She says, I don't know 100% what the Watchers' duties are, only that they are to watch for when the awakened awaken.
So maybe each village has a piece of information.
She says, this could be true. She says, one moment, and she goes over and she talks to a woman that has her face all kind of painted white, and she's got like some crazy like bone things in her hair, and
sounds like my kind of person.
And she kind of like nods her head a couple times, and she says, the shaman says the walking ancestors would know more about these things. She says it is not time to wake the ancestors yet.
When is time?
She looks and she says, it looks like about in a 10-day. Actually, you've come at a good time. We try to awaken them every 10 day, or not every 10 day. We try to make them awaken them every moon.
Okay, so we have to go and talk to everyone else. Although I'm pretty sure the cat people said that you would know everything we needed to know.
She says, well, I know that you are supposed to go and fulfill a destiny, she says, and I know, as lovely as our home is, there is much, much, much more to the world beyond this wall. And she points to the northern wall.
And what about south of the wall? Would anybody south of the wall know? Like, any more of the Watchers or anything like that?
She says, each village here is set up nearly the same way. She says, but they are all different villages of different people. And they are all a separate sort of group.
Type of people?
Each clan represents sort of a regiment of our tribe. And we are all of one tribe.
So they wouldn't know any more than what you know.
They might. There are some older people in some of the other villages. She says my shaman, she says she is the oldest one here. She says she would know the most about you, but she knows not much more than I. She says perhaps some of the shamans of the other villages, or perhaps the ancestors themselves.
Well, why don't we go stretch our legs a little bit and come back and speak to these ancestors?
So tomorrow, if the ancestors are coming back in a 10-day, right? Why don't we wait until tomorrow, get a good night's sleep if possible, and then go to, say, this village tomorrow and see what they know, then to this village to see what they know, and then hopefully this one, and then maybe we should be back then within 10 days, if that is possible. Because that's what, 2, 4, 6... So maybe 7 miles to this village, 2 miles to this village. This one's probably another 4 miles, 5 miles maybe. So, it should only be a day to there, a couple of hours to there, a couple of hours to there, and then probably a day or two back to here. So we could go and scout out all of the all of the villages on in this peninsula within and be back within the 10-day.
She kind of like looks at your guys' map and she says, the tar pits are here, and she points to this spot up here, and she says, that is as far as a guide will guide you.
Can you indicate them again?
Yeah, it's a X on the map there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Got it.
I thought that we were going to try these ones though. Go this one here.
The villages.
Yeah, to see if they knew anything more.
Yeah, you can do that.
And then be back within the 10-day if we don't get any more information for when the ancestors come, and then we can talk to the ancestors. And then if we don't have any other information, we can go and see the flying monkey raccoons, wherever they are.
The flying trash pandas.
Yeah,
Flying
and then start heading more into the. Because honestly, I am totally at a loss right now without talking to any more of. See what any of these people have to say.
She says there are rumors of other northerners in this area, and maybe they might know something more of the war and something more of you. She says, but I don't recommend talking to them. They have been mostly violent, and we mostly stay hidden from them. They know we're here, but they do not venture here.
Well, you've got this big wall to stop them from getting over, right?
She says they don't come by land.
Oh. So where's the flying monkeys, raccoons then? Where are they? Where's their base?
She says, oh, you mean the Phanatons, lair, village.
We should definitely not call them that when we're close by.
The Phanatons village. 1 second. I have to look now because I forgot where I had it.
So we either go and talk to the.
It's up here. She points even further north of the tar pits.
Oh, good lord.
Alright, flying trash baboons go last. Apparently.
So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, about 20 miles away.
Yeah.
Through a jungle. It's about 2 days. It's about 2 days walk then, right?
Probably. I mean, you could do it in a day, but it would be miserable. Probably. You might have a level of exhaustion.
Well, this embodied voice, we just came back from the dead. Well, how bad could it be?
Do you want to go talk to these other villages down here then?
I say we
should probably
have a diplomatic decision.
Yeah, stay the night here, but then in the morning go and check out these other places.
Yeah, we should probably check everything be within these walls first. And
then make your way.
But there's also a couple of places on the. Yeah, all right, let's do that. Let's have a good night's sleep and then. Who's in charge of the other villages on this part of the peninsula?
She says, I am in charge of all the villages.
But each
has its own chieftain. Yes, she says. But I am the head chieftain of the tribe. She says, and each also has its own war leaders. Each clan. There are 4 clans on each village: the elk, the eagle, the leopard, and the turtle.
that explains that.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know. Don't disrespect the animals.
The enemies?
The animals. You know, creatures that you can eat.
Animalia.
I don't know.
Part of me wants to go across these walls and see what dangerous creatures there are. But
Prim, help us out here. What do you think?
I thought the chieftain told us to go talk to the flying monkey things first. And then when we asked for more information, the flying monkey things. I thought
They al-
that's what the initial suggestions were from the chieftain.
They also said
she
that
said you
anything
could-
beyond these
yeah.
walls was dangerous.
Yeah, and she said you could talk to the other villages if you wanted to, and maybe some of the older people there might know something.
After you pushed repeatedly. So,
What's that?
I don't know. I mean, after Ian pushed repeatedly about
Yes.
going and talking to them.
Yep. Second. Where is it? So she says there is a small village, up near the crater lake, but it is even farther north than the Thanaton village. She says they are fishermen of the crater lake, and she says they don't come down this way, and we don't usually generally head up that way. They are fortified by foothills to either side of them around the crater lake.
Okay, so Ian, your character, had asked if I had any, or if Prim had any suggestions.
Yeah.
So, why are you guys here?
We don't know.
We don't know. We would hope that you,
So
if anything,
is
you would
that-
know most.
So is that the goal right now, to find out why you're here,
I suppose.
or is there another goal?
As far as I know, the goal is to find out who we are and why
So,
we're here.
so I think going to people who have information about that might be the best idea then. Like, who can help you figure out who you are?
That we're getting conflicting evidence. She says that the other people from the other villages south of the wall might know something, which is closer than a 2-day hike to.
Yeah, and these
Well, how much
people on this
closer?
side are all less than 100 years old, but the people up at the top are, or the farther village past the tar pits, are long-lived creatures that might be over 100 years old.
Yeah, the closest village to you is 6 miles away, about 7 miles away. Other than the Rakasta camp, which is more of a camp than a village, which is about 4 miles away. Beyond that, everything is beyond the wall. She did try to explain that there's a much bigger world beyond the wall, and that you'd probably do better to, go out into the world than to sit here if you wanted to know what you're really, kind of supposed to be up to, kind of thing.
But I like the tutorial zone. It's safe.
I
Yeah.
like the tutorial zone.
Then
This is true.
tomorrow. Then I don't know. Tomorrow, shall we head up towards the Fontaines people?
Maybe if you type the name of it, we'll stop messing it up so badly.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Trash baboons. Flying trash baboons.
I still have no idea how to actually pronounce it, and I've heard you say it like 10
the
times.
Phanatons? Well, I wrote that completely
Phanatons.
wrong.
Phanatons. Okay.
Yeah, a bit close. I had it with.
It's close to phantoms because they appear
Fly.
like phantoms. They fly between trees and stuff. They're monkey flying monkey rodents. I don't know.
And they have raccoon
Flying
tails.
monkey raccoons.
Uh,
Yeah,
They're
I
like
almost had it, but I
gliders.
used the net.
the flying raccoon monkeys. Also,
I'm gonna keep track
Name
every
of a
time I
band.
write something right.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, well, and if we do that, we definitely should make use of their offer to have a guide take us partway.
Yeah.
I mean, that music might be a little too loud for the stream too. I didn't think about it. Oop, too loud, too short, too quiet now. There you go.
And we probably need provisions.
Okay, so they have supplies at the village. They don't. Okay, I'll tell you what they don't have. because that might be easier. Because they have pretty much just about any supplies you can think of if you need supplies. They don't have sailing ships. Like there's nowhere around there that you can get a sailing ship, like a big ship. They do have some small sailboats, and they do have canoes that you can get around there, and rafts. They don't have crossbows. They don't have battle axes. They don't have any kind of real pole arms or two-handed swords or lances. And they don't have plate armor.
I cry internally.
Right.
So everything that we came with is like, ooh, ah.
It is, yeah. Especially even though the items that you guys have, like the scepters and the amethyst and stuff, would probably be something that they would really like to trade with here. But you know, the village isn't terribly wealthy, but you do see a small amount of gold here and there around, like on people's wrists or necklaces.
And I offered to help someone with their farming duties for like half an hour to collect some the small little amounts of rations. Like the equivalent of collecting nuts and seeds.
Sure, yeah.
If I help them with their duties so that they have less work to do.
Yeah, sure, you could do that.
In trade, so labor in trade.
Yep, they could do that, and then they would actually the chieftain will give you all a week's worth of rations, a 10-day worth of rations if you want them. You guys could have 10 days worth of rations.
That'd last me 100 days.
But it would be all like dried meat and
yeah,
and like tack and stuff like that. So.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Okay.
I just need to live.
But you guys are legendary, and they're waiting to see what you're going to do. They don't know what you should do, but they know it's going to be something spectacular.
What are the water sources like between here and there?
What's what now?
What are the water sources like between here and there?
There's fresh water sources inland, and there's a river that's fresh water that runs off the plateau.
Also, if you're in a jungle, you can drink water from a vine.
What was that, Ian?
I said the water's drinkable. Not gonna.
Usually, yeah. You might want to boil it or whatever, but usually there's some freshwater streams and freshwater springs if you know what to look for. Yeah.
Right. Well, we'll have a guide to show us hopefully, and then.
Yeah, and they can send you with a guide, and they can send you with a porter if like porters or bearers, and they can you gotta hire the bearers, but it'll be like it's pretty cheap, but they'll send them with you to help you carry stuff if you need them.
Do they have some sort of land vehicle? I don't know. I don't remember you mentioned that in the.
No real animal-drawn carts. There are some small carts, like kind of like a wheelbarrow-esque type of thing that you would more like a rickshaw, though.
Everyone
kind
get
of
on.
Behind you. Everyone get on. You're gonna have,
They have a Hummer.
You're gonna have Deliora pull it.
I'll pull it with him. I'm pretty tall. I'm pretty strong.
I say we go meet these people and try not to die in the process.
I emphasize that second part.
Sounds fun.
I haven't asked this, but what do you all do? I'm
hate
a master.
Now you guys are you guys going to rest the night and then do this in the morning kind of thing?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. Well, you know what? With that, we should probably end it right here, and then we got to where you're at and found you guys' selves and some stuff, some of the things that you owned, as well as some little clues about you guys. Yeah, so we'll end it here. Does that sound good, guys?
That sounds
Yes.
good.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll pick up in a week or 2 weeks.
All right.
All right.
All right, cool. And
Thank you.
end the stream.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Good
everybody
game.
for watching.
Yeah, thank you everybody for
Thank
watching.
you, everyone.
All right,
And be sure to check out the other Action Search